push. Next set look like they're swooping in for the world. Can they do it?
Really feeling good about this.
To try and push into this dome.
The run full blue on everybody is now. No, wait, hold up.
Not gonna end up taking error or being chewed through right now.
Welcome everybody to the Apex Legends series. We're in the new year and we're getting set for the next spot. It all comes down to this week. This is, of course, the chance qualifiers basically for season 2 or split 2 Apex Legends Global Series Pro League for America. Joining me and bringing you action, of course, I got Vicky, Kitty. Vic, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and I'm glad to be back. It's been a bit. See if some of these teams are a little rusty. Go this because, again, like you said, this is the chance for these teams to make it into the split. This is our last chance here to redeem for some of these teams.
That's right. We have 3 teams battling it out and multiple matches taking place. We got separate sets of matches today, along with finals tomorrow, which will decide that we'll be moving on. But let's go ahead and about how everything breaks down. Of course, it's all ALGS standard. Points matter. It's going to be kill points, placement points. That all comes down. It's going to be standard, like we said. First place get 12 points all the way to 15th place, which will get 1 point, and kill points will matter as well. And when we talk about the scoring, we have to kind of about the gameplay style that we're seeing out of our teams. I think we're going to have like a very standard league kind of meta and play, or are we going to go back to the kind of the rough, humble scrum, like of what the challenger circuit was?
That's really interesting because you have bottom 8 teams from the split 1. You're going to have a lot of maybe feeling out the waters for that first, as they're going up against the teams that were so fantastic within the challenger circuit. We're able to cast over that, Jamerson. But top 12 teams from the split 1 challenger circuit are going to be battling out against the bottom 8 of the split 1 pro league. And see here the participating teams that we are going to be seeing today in this winners bracket.
Yeah, right. Because of what happened in League for North America with Washed and we actually have the top 14 teams here from the Challenger Circuit against the bottom 6 squads, the Pro League. So yeah, we're looking at like Bad Boy, C, Moan, Neanderthals, and Roller Theory. Really look to try and bounce back. A disappointing season in the Pro League here, and then of course our 14 squads here in the bracket. By the way, this is just the first 4 teams that the relegated squads have their way through. We have another 10 teams waiting below in the lower bracket to see who they're going to be facing off against.
It's going to be exciting. So much Apex on for this weekend. So much Apex, of course, going in 2 more weeks when you take a look at the league. But that's what's at stake here for a lot of these. They want to be able to get a second chance option going into the split 2. And for the other teams coming in at a challenger circuit, Jamer, they want to put their talent to the test, see if they can play up against these pro leagues.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's so difficult to watch from the sidelines, right? While you're watching the Pro League going on, the Challenger Circuit, and you're just hoping, that could have been me. That could have been me there in that lobby. Oh, we had this that way? Well, that's where we drop. We would have won, It's all these ifs and buts, but now it's all about just performing on the day. 12 matches are going to be played today. We have our winners bracket starting it off, and then we're going to go to our lower bracket, and then tomorrow, final 20 teams will be competing for 2 spots in the Pro League, the last spots in the Pro League. It's so in here because it basically defines the trajectory of your career like the next 3-4 months. You have to perform this weekend.
You have to imagine the steam that these teams are running on going into that losers bracket today. There is going to be a short break, but today that's going to be more games for those 10 teams to have to play off against. They're going to be forced to go into the losers. That's also going to be happening later today.
It's going to be kind of interesting because I feel like sometimes, when we talk about the double elimination format, I mean, you're familiar with it, right? Because you get that lower bracket run, and it feels like oftentimes when you're competing, you just feel a little bit hotter, you're a little bit more crisp because you're able to come up in the lower bracket games.
That's why I'm wondering here how these teams are going to play off with their play style. Of course, position is super important because you want to be able to get those points, but also kills at the end of it is going to allow your team to elevate through their board. So are we going to see these teams from the get-go, or are things going to snap at the start and then start picking up the pace as we go in throughout the rest of the day today, James?
And speaking of the pace, of course, a lot of that dictated by the compositions that we coming up from our teams. Now, we've had a pretty lengthy over the holiday season or New Year's, right? And so it's about teams are adjusting. We're seeing just got a small glimpse through series like, hey, teams are starting to really up a lot of this Valkyrie Ash composition. G2 has been finding success on it. Teams are starting to make some there, but we're still seeing, the boys in Gibraltar and Caustic. Also see some teams that are still running down that want to play very heavily on the end. And for the team fighting, it's difficult to call, Vicky, to know what our teams are going to be running today.
Just seeing the teams that we got to witness with Challenger Circuit, you had teams like Dumb going absolutely crazy with their consistency every single week that we had the challenge going down, and last minute following actually right behind them. So much to look at these teams from the Challenger Circuit. I'm honestly very curious to see how that's going to play into the bottom teams that we had seen perform within the league.
Yeah, I mean, my question was going to be, who's your team to look for? But as I asked about my own pick, and I'm like, wait, no, if in this setting, this team will actually succeed, and my pick would have been my neck, my back. But I feel like, when it comes to these more very team-oriented, very early game action, my neck, my back can succeed as well. They succeed more. There's more known factors in the right when Petty Boss and Muff both like kind of really call what's going on in the and they know exactly where teams are going to be playing, where they're going to be rotating. This is more of the Wild West once again of Challenger Circuit. So who do you think has basically the best play for this weekend's games?
So glad you asked me that, Jamerson, because I've been at Dumpers ever since that we consistency come in. Even when they had points at the very end because they had another player, they still were the teams that up on top in the Challenger Circuit because they were really quickly able to regain those with their other third that they had picked up. Talking about Kimchi Lee, Enemy, and Fool. And I'm also looking at the way they play their team fights. They're very at disengaging when they recognize situations happening in front of them. Dumpers, RCO, and we actually had Asteria as one of those teams to look out for when we were going through the Challenger. So I'm telling you guys at home, make sure you're in these teams because it's going to be exciting. And Dumpers is going to have to be my team of choice to look forward to looking at.
Amazing consistency coming up basically all of the challengers, and we got to pick the brain Kimchi Lee a few times throughout the Challenger Circuit. And I loved his kind of approach to it. You got to take every game by game, you make adjustments, and we saw those adjustments on the fly, and it worked out well. I think being born in the Challenger Circuit has really kind of prepared them for today's games. Will that prepare them for the Pro League later on? That remains to be seen. Of course, it's all about getting through today. Now we have match number 1, getting set up once again. I have to stress the importance of weekend's matches. Now, our winners bracket, of course, will have a second chance. If you in the bottom 10 of the leaderboard after 6, you will be knocked down to the low bracket where 10 more 10 Challenger Circuit teams are awaiting you. But you'll have another opportunity. That's going to be in games that will be taking place later on today. This is just round number 1. This is the gauntlet to go through. And so, is it going to be easy 2-match set for you, or is it going to have to gauntlet 3 matches over the course of 2 days? That can be grueling on our competitors.
Oh, that's 12 games in total that 10 of these gonna have to play against. I know we're talking about warming up our hands at least the more games you play, but I also think about out here for some of these teams that may not go through that extensive training and day out. So I'm wondering here, which teams are gonna just go through that winter feel at ease here. I'm looking at a lot of these Challenger Circuit teams that have popped. We're highlighting them earlier, Jamerson, but looking at those bottom 8 teams from the Split 1 Pro League, you imagine what's at stake for them and the mentality they've been forced to be put in through these relegation matches so that way it stay within their spot in the Pro League.
Yeah, I feel like the preparation is probably one of the hardest things, especially if you're one of the relegated Pro League teams. Because, like we said, when you're in Challenger Circuit, it's a completely different different play style, and of course, you have to familiarize yourself with every ops, which is going to be super important heading in number 1. But right now, you're just completely changing up your play style for basically what's going to be taking place today, and are they prepared for it? Do they have preparation? I mean, it's no surprise. It's not question that North America's not the greatest. It's the greatest at all. So how do you prepare for such an important day? And so that's why I feel like, our pro teams are probably going to be a couple steps behind our circuit squads.
Yeah, and I was thinking a little bit about the preseason flyers for our first split at the Challenger Circuit teams that into that their own spot in the one qualifiers, and I had like Absolute Monarchy that have been able to stare bench warmers, Noble, Sheep, Sinus Please, Bad Boys. A lot of those teams originally from being compete through these qualifiers, but here we go. In game one again, we have teams in total to go through for today. This is going to be the winners bracket, and our first 6 matches are going to be going down right now.
All right, just to try and preempt some of the questions. Now, they did make the announcement of we're going to have anonymous mode, but that's going to Pro League eventually later on for the playoffs. Not going to be for this weekend's game. Here we go. Heading into game, it looks like we might get our first beacon scan relatively shortly. Minute dropping down by Lava. You got another squad at Geyser. And big questions, are there going to be 50-50? And it looks like it might be a 3-team, maybe even 4. At Skyhook, which is something we're more than familiar with.
Yeah, and I also saw too, maybe going a class or two. That's something else that we've seen contest a lot. But already getting started in the end, going to be one of our teams here. Now, Dean themselves, starting off pretty Longbow and Havoc, but not looking to get into early fight skirmishes just yet, Jay. We need to be really careful since a lot of them are quite unfamiliar with the way that their rotations and if they want to take some of these fights already.
Yeah, for my neck, they're dropping over here on the Frag West. It doesn't seem like they were able to pick up a beacon. Other side, unfortunately, for them. So we'll see if they try to hound here, but it looks like running already got into a fight. Kuzme, I believe, has already taken out Antboy. So 1 kill point, and unfortunately, they have their third here. But picking up some KP for yourself is going to mean should be a second one in just for them. Oh wait, that's the Antboy, and so that's a great, at very least, especially starting off as a double.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Lights. He's maybe running late here, not loading, but still taking that first point is going to be crucial here. If running late is going to be for this first game as a 2-man, wasting no time, and with that triple take, double negative already making his rotation, to be wary to see where those last 2 mod mates are.
Yeah, triple take. Oh, that's my loadout. That's my preferred.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go with the PK though. I understand, especially when you need fighting capability. When you know that you're a duo, they're gonna push you. They want a bubble fight with them. You're gonna want to have that gun instead of the long range Posy shotgun of the triple take. Now running late though, looking pretty darn good for running as a duo. Gold armor on Kuzme. They're a blue for 00 negative. I didn't get a chance to get the ring, but they are relatively right now with 1:25 seconds left as they need to make this rotation.
They also have the beacon right there too. It looks like they into a fight originally with Wash, but talking some early going fights here. Last minute, finding themselves in a fight with some great armor with 1 purple, 2 blues. Already landing odds here with the wingmen. Looks like they came back from Big Mod here.
Yeah, Big Mod, they got Lava City, they got that Sports Arena drop right now.
Oh, yeah.
Are trying to use this armor. It's not that much of an advantage, but it's just already in positioning, forcing roll a theory, and there is the first knock of the fight. Last blood in the water, and they know this is vulnerable. Luna has to be careful along weeks, but they got another knock, no trades whatsoever, and Garrett here to hunt down this last Wraith. And so last minute, got to start things off really early. We're talking about a lot of the action be taking place here in the early game.
And I like the passive-aggressive playstyle, too, from you saw how he put down the dome so that way he could create space for Luda. They are going to be able to wipe out, get that KP, and now the rotation options here are endless for last minute. Talking a little bit about that circle here, but there was a beacon close maybe to the north side of Geyser, but taking COG now. Maybe they had just Valkyro, and that's exactly what they did, but they right on top of a squad on top of this, really have the best shields to work with right here since what we had just seen from our last team.
Yeah, they do find themselves in a decent spot. You can see pulling up here towards Epi slash Kaiser. And now more starting to make the rotation. It wasn't part of a rotation for my neck, my back, but it's fortunate. Coming out of Frag West, moving over Kaiser, and only having white armors, you can almost guarantee that the team that dropped that climate is walking away with a triple blue at very least. And so they're ourselves behind in fights. They're a little bit late rotation, but now they have to make something here.
I do like the call here to transition, but Bad Boys, Yobin is actually trouble here, going down relatively early. Bad Boys now just trying to hold the bottom. So many entry points for Zen to forcibly cover, getting shot from behind. He down. They get the res, but at Watson now losing one of their thirds.
Going to be a re-knock on that res, almost take down that Gibraltar as Petty Boss, excuse me, is going to go ahead and back. My neck, my back have done the work. They didn't need to force the issue here as they be able to finish off promos. One for them, for more importantly, it's about the positional here. My neck, my back are going to set for this next fight.
They now want to taste of the action. They want to secure this high-end area with caustic traps. See Mamba already getting prepared. Talked a little bit about those shields, but COG playing these corners relatively nice, so taking control of that upstairs area. You see that Petty and Mooney and Cody are making over, though. Mooney now fully healed. They are re-engaged, but it's going to be difficult to try to COG with Mamba on the caustic.
Yeah, Mamba has to be very thoughtful where he places these barrels. These buildings incredibly difficult to hold down. Even with the caustic, there are just so many for a team to make. And now, my neck, my back are just going to tough. And I'm wondering if they're going to actually make a play onto CLG here. I mean, some incredible looking coming up from Petty Boss over the last few hours. My neck, my back have really play style a little bit from what I'm seeing out of Petty Boss, where trying to go for those entries there, you try to do things like the Rampage amped up feature to and catch team unaware, but sure, I believe we do have Rampage disabled because of some of the bugs.
Yeah, that is going to be an issue, but CLG still holding on to this. They cure some of this extra ammo that you see Mamba utilizing the side of the door for, but break down the door. A lot of these teams are way over to this north side of the map here. You could already tell that with these rotations, there is going to be that hot to look out for, especially with some of these teams away from Fragment now, making their way all the way to Climatizer.
Yeah, CLG ended up pulling away from their building a little bit more to the south and ended up trying to the north side. You can see it's very much edge of the zone, but I can also see why they think it's indicating that it's going to be over into Climatizer prop. As we join on board with Team Startup, we're going to be swapping over to Living, actually. They do find small resistance over here at Survey Camp. They're going to be fine running the northern side of them. Now, you know that big kind of traffic pile is going to be happening on the side. So they're avoiding a lot of the taking some decent damage. They're careful. Unfortunately for Moose sitting on the white armor, he's 34 off from getting that blue.
That's why I poke out a little bit. Look at that triple take. Get a triple take right here. I love the 2-2, and there you go. You get the Evo. You are going to be able to pop that next kit here too. Literally vibing that north side of the train tracks, and it's just like you two, Jamerson. Trying to play this passively to catch any stragglers trying to get in from Skyhook onto these trains and make their way over to Climatizer, and they will be with any of those teams. But again, they were to damage from the other team that was shooting the other side of the train tracks.
Can see LKM themselves in a building not too far from where they were, where it literally is. They're down here at Survey Camp right now, their way across, and so happy that, you know, literally is helping kind of keep some at bay. They've got a lot of space to, unfortunately, the ring is going to be away from them, so eventually this might be a round for redeploy into the center of the zone. Musto is trying to go out for some scouting and find a lot of space for us right now as he just moves up to those frees. So he's pretty happy, although it does seem like we've got 3 teams currently stacked up over here at Look, and there's an actual full squad that's taking a lot of damage as C are taking their fight up against My Neck, My Back right now. 2 members
and being able to come out of there, the right idea. They wanted to hold that building after seeing where the circle was pulling, and you can see why with a lot of these squads making the right side of Climatizer overlook on that north side here. You can see us holding the bottom side of the area here, but G getting a little bit more aggressive. They were playing guys like the Pro League, and that's actually why they're bottom 8 teams here. So I like the mix-up piece here for CLG. Hopefully they can get that momentum going forward.
We're able to get that Valk redeploy into some of the circle buildings over here. Climatizer, okay, Nix goes out for that arms or something. I don't know what, but that's the bubble at the very least. So they do have to be careful. Look like they are going to be able to control majority of this building with the caustic barrels for now, and no, honestly, push them. They should be relatively. We know there's another caustic squad east. That's going to be G. They're already happy with their. We're worried about are the areas like Epicenter here. We have 3-4 teams that are currently piled.
Epicenter is going to be hotspots that we were talking about too, especially with the leaving Frag West. You know that spot where you currently see Neanderthals will be one of those hotspots. But when you take the lead, you're forced to play this time, especially the late game here with these weak. You still have 2 white Evos. You only have 1 bow here going in favor for Blitzen. They're just trying to take control over the caustic traps, but out in the open, it's going to be lethal. You see RCO maybe calling the shots. They saw the caustic team hanging out inside these, but instead trying to play this safe, they're going to dip away, maybe hold on to this northern holding so that way they can see any other squads that may want to come in for a third party.
CLG looking for engagement, finds a team running through the ring now as Nano. Missile swarmed them down, but they're doing their gatekeeping duties here. It's 2 closing, and so the zone really forced that team to come in at a time they can heal up. For CLG, though, this is just going to be free armor points for them. They should be well on their way towards their red. You can see that Z proficiency. It's one of the teams I was over that have made their way on over. See, I believe Cody is getting this one out for My Neck, My Back.
We saw earlier CLG was able to take that out of them, and My Neck, My Back just forced him as a rat here. CLG, though, holding the high ground still with Mamba on the couple purples. Now, LKM, though, won the action. You see Turns just trying to find an option, but second guesses himself. He's just going to back a hold onto that Nox grenade instead. So that way LKM could still maintain this in this building, because we've seen some of these circles try to pull in this direction, but they are going to have to be moving.
Yeah, they're incredibly close to pulls, you know, and if they can get the purple-based fight, that would be really for them. It's just 2 shots, essentially, forced there to be able to get that for himself on that triple town. And honestly, they're sitting in a great spot. Need to really stir up the ante. They don't need to cause a lot of app in here, and then all of a sudden you get Valk dropped on. And so I think for them to play this one a little bit slow. The team that's playing this one a little bit slow, that's from the edges here, is going to be Team Nightmare now. Double purples and a blue. Krizik running through the south side of the map, finally making their way on in. As we did see a few teams playing off of basically light here. And one of the teams, I forget who it was, they were still sitting on white armors. I feel like if Nightmare spot out that they're sitting on whites, they might actually push.
Especially since they would be outside of that zip line. This is a great spot for Nightmare. And this is one of those teams that have really been able to pop off as the challenger circuit was going. We're actually looking out for them, Jamerson. And here, 2 purples, 1 blue. Trying to take some shots with the wingman, but having to use your sight here. Does have that purple mag time here, but Aim God trying to be the aim that he's trying to represent. And the fight actually good. RCO actually on the low gear. You see Crummy taking some shots, have gold armor too. And RCO are calling it a day. Managed to come right back in, but there's another squad holding onto the outdoor, and with the Nox grenade, that's why I wouldn't hold it onto that ult, especially for these close quarter fights, Jamerson.
The 2-man of Moaners, we saw them. RCO ended up just running past. They didn't want to deal with the caustic, but now to deal at full force. Got out from Holiday, though, take out Aiden in the fire, but RCO ending that port back, start a fight, or just waiting, and here comes another team. Dumpers up here for the third party. He is able to steal away one of the kills at the very least, but now will they be able to punish CEO with the drop down? There's Holiday, knock him out, and so now down to 16 squad, 42 players remaining.
Interesting to see how RCO tried to. They knew that there was a squad, that 2 men that was in that for a long time. We even saw them back up originally and start a fight. He took advantage of that, holding onto this high, trying to look over at what was going on. But the original squad that was trying to take at RCO, and they're holding onto high ground spot, but playing a little bit split up. You can see Crummy holding onto the high ground, actually off to his right. Matt now to rejoin that, but you can take a look at some of these missions with the circle closing. That last minute now want to be able to maintain this. I already have 2 picks here looking at.
Yeah, it does seem like they were in Asteria, so that was a great for them. That's going to clear out a lot of the east side of the map for now, and they should have some free rotates with this one. We're talking about the compositions, the meta C, where we are seeing some of the Falcons, some of the Wraith Falcons. It's kind of interesting to see kind of out from all of our squads.
Yeah, this change up too, because it really highlights even some mix-ups with Ibby and the Caustic with the Valve, a thing that has been utilized within the Pro. Nightmare actually utilized that exact lineup here. And being able to hold this high ground spot, they've also shoot at a lot of these teams that have rotated away from Overlook, but eventually they are start moving here. Even though they are those full purples, they want a piece of the action, be playing this too passively so that way they can get themselves.
Yeah, we're down to 14 squad, 7 players. Almost half the lobby is on. They could still, of course, be just getting those late game kills. We have about 4 teams stacked on top of each other or at Climatizer. No one's making a move quite yet with a minute and 50 seconds to go before the zone starts close. This might be indicating that the zone is going to pull up here. We haven't been able to take a look up quite yet. We still have those square. The next zone up on the mini-map, unfortunately. We got to use clues like these. Neanderthals holding the high ground here. You have to imagine CLG right below them and not moving means that the ring is pulling.
Yeah, it's what you say. So now you can see how Neanderthals is laying the high ground here. They are sitting on full blues. That's the issue here with holding on to this high ground. There are going to be a lot of these other teams funneling out, and they take a look at Crumiak, who's still holding on to the high ground here. They've over to the side, but they are going to have a great teams that are still sitting down at her.
Yeah, Team Startified kind of been shadowing and allowing them to walk in, but Crummy, he's got he can try and set up some interesting angle to try and cut them off, but it looks like Team are going to try and avoid a lot of this fighting for now. Have that ridge line to play off of. They can continue on the low without giving up us and basically move or free. Crummy, though, of course, being on Ash, is going to be the one that has strong gatekeep here for the squad. One who's got that extra mobility, ways breach to get back to him. So I love how they're handling the situation, how they're positioning for this. And speaking right now, LKM, they're getting moved. You can see all the barrels getting as they move from base to bang. The Ash the ultimates being used, and that was a minute dropping into Tizer, dropping into their Nox gas grenade getting dropped to them as well. Sykes only one alive, and unfortunately, Garrett was just never able to use his it just used it as they were for that Valk ultimate, and so they're just for that. We'll see if Sykes can get him back up. Really doubt it.
That's the part of this redeploy, especially with gold being as small as it is right now here. You still have 13 squads still up in the LKM now trying to take. So they also have the redeploy themselves here. It's a matter of holding positioning with this composite. KM is repping here. Just like Nightmare repping the Caustic and Gibby. We're still with the blue evil shield and Messiah getting pinged down just for poking a lip. You can see how lethal it is for holding high ground spot. Now Tectanian some here, but with the phase breach act to get out of that position.
Yeah, Team Artified have been moving, and for this bridge, Matt Pickett with that fire, unfortunately, is going to be forced because whoever this team is, they've got some fight in them and start a fight already down it now. It's going to be Crummy here, a high challenging one, but as they're just getting tagged up on back. Now he does back away at the very top of this bats, but during the meantime, it's going to be Matt Pickett getting off. They're going to drop to the left. I feel like a lot of teams have actually made this decision, and what a world, absolutely nothing for you there. That's going to be start a fight, knocked out. We are now down, what, 11 squads, 10 squads, 11 squads remaining.
Crazy to see how Arrow was able to turn that situation around. We saw that Tech can misled a little bit from the team, but Haysbury just managed to reset everything. Talking about how a lot of these teams have been in the very beginning, though, Jamerson, CL now still holding on to that same position last minute, have been inching closer to the building and was healthier too. They've been getting peaked. They know that there's a squad right behind high ground that's going to get clear opening last minute if they don't rotate out soon.
Did Sykes do it? How did he get the double onto his squad mates and just keep them alive in this as a full three-man? Literally back here on the low ground for now. They should have support up if they need to move. It looks like they'll be able to walk this one in for free. Scan plus 10 house in the area. Yeah, not surprised, however, but it does seem like they have a decent. I believe we have Sykes and company just on the other side of this fence, so they have to be careful. And we have. Looks like Team Air. Oh my goodness. It's the combo coming out from Team Dab. Them out literally vibing coming in for the 30. But Banshee is sent back. They're getting from their back as well, forcing out a bubble. This is going to be the reset. Forgotten one. Knock onto Phoenix at the very least. Jaren finds one more to Krizik. They're starting to pick up these kill points.
And with 8 other squads to worry about vibing, yeah, they were getting shot from behind, but we're closing in. They know to force themselves out of the building, opening, and you see literally vibing now, just trying to pledge here, but so many of these high ground on them, they just need to find an opening here, and with one already going down in the feed, 00 negative, also clean up, now literally vibing want to get a piece.
Yeah, that's going to be the third parties, it seems, while the Beast the Hun get popped. Literally vibing now on the high ground. They've got the death box to go ahead and reset themselves. You can see last minute getting the makers of teams over there. See, he's still alive throughout all this bait with the wherewithal to find stuck on the low and picks up an X point for literally vibing. We're now just squads, 15 remaining as the final ring in.
Actually, Ted's here. Vibing, though, popping off with this KP squads for them to worry about. And look at our squad currently. CLG still alive, even though they're out of that building. But they're holding these core. KM have not moved from this position. Great position here, overlooking action. But they've only been able to poke from both. He turns now, just trying to put down the gap, create some opening and space for Elkishin.
Oh boy, Messiah had at the heels quite yet. Not of bats. They need a hand over. The CLG are now making their push. They on top of Sykes and the rest of last minute, but looks like last minute are still surviving. Team affair as now the out comes onto LKM trying to play inside this bubble. Already lost on Messiah. It's 2v3 here. We got 2 fights taking place right now. The answers back, but with big knock coming out from them, this CLG's game to win. It left in a 2v3 right now against CLG, but CLG are not up one immediately here, leaving open a window on the other side. Still up as a full 3, and now they turn around. It's going to be the last minute here as CLG charge for all 3 members. Vatro online with this massive getting him out. It's Banshee will fall first, and CLG game number 1 of her promotion.
Talk about the 2 boys in the bout coming through, Jamerson. Love the mix-up in composition, but see, from the very beginning, played their play. They didn't move, and a lot of these teams should just funnel into their line of sight. We talk about those 2 separate team fights that happened on the complete opposite at last circle was so chaotic that OG had to immediately turn to that team at the very end.
It's also so important in fights that you do not lose, and you can go down to 1 HP, just don't go down, because instantly you have to swap. That's an additional 105 HP, and you're right back into things. CLG with a really strong at the end there. Also getting, I mean, we have to talk about basically every step of the way when they made up north towards Climber. What did they have to deal with? They had to deal with my back for trying to steal that spot away.
Yep, and thanks to the cost, the composition that they were able to rep, not a lot of teams felt confident enough to push where CLG was positioned. So great on G to also recognize when to move, control that corner with their composition. Now they are going to be able to be the winners. Game number 1, Jamerson. A bit of ramble, though, for a lot of these teams where a lot did not recognize whether to play passively position or just go out and farm a KP. And that, with game number 1, dictates the pace moving forward for a lot of teams for the last remaining 5 games.
Really was a mixed bag of league and challenger circuit there. We saw game fighting, but we also saw a lot of positioning. We'll see if that remains to be true for the rest of the games today. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have part 2 after this. Welcome back, guys, to the Apex Legends Global Series. This is qualifiers for the Pro League Split 2. And after game number 1, it was CLG that ended up taking the dub. And it was quite interesting because, we got our first climatizer zone, our southern zone out of the way, so now we can have southern zones in a row.
I was just thinking the same thing, Jared. And you know what's great for CLG here? They finished game number 1 with 11 kills in total. Both Mamba and Nano were going absolutely crazy. Metro was right behind them with 3 kills, but this is a great start for CLG. Talking a little bit about it earlier, where CLG, they were running the Caustic Gibby Valk composition within the Pro League, playing extremely passive. I love change of pace this time around from CLG, where they capitalized off of every opportunity they could in taking a lot of these fights, middle of those rotations, when they did have the opportunity to rotate, because we saw that they take that position at the very start of game number 1.
Yeah, and it's kind of important because we saw a lot of focus being put onto that big climatized building that we just saw in that shot there. This is the final 2 fights that end taking place in game number 1. You can see AM put up quite a fight here, why it made it that much more difficult for CLG to instantly turn around, but eventually they had the numbers advantage and they were able to push through for the win.
Yeah, literally vibing in the last minute. All 2 teams that just absolutely went crazy. Literally, I believe, finished that game number 1 with 8. But that really highlights the competition we got going on here, Jamerson. And this, I love to see how a lot of these challenger circuits do against these pro league teams with G. Here you go. The total here with 20 points, securing that first place spot, as well as those 11 kills. Literally vibing right behind them, too, with 7 total points, as well as last minute. KM, too, honestly, put up a really fight, and they lived for such a long time when they were 2 separate situations where it could cost them that first game.
Yeah, as you can see right now, it is going to be CG in the lead with 23 points, literally vibing in second place with 17 minute, find themselves in third with 14 points. Now, this is just game 1, of course, and there's still 5 games here in the winners bracket for placements for moving, but I feel like a good sign for our challenger circuit squads right now that the majority of them are 5 right there, with CLG being winnable, of course, delegated teams from the Pro League themselves up top. So this could also be a indicator for a squad like CL, who were, of course, tested. All of Pro League didn't find greatest of success there. Here they are succeeding now, and chances look great to move forward. With 5 games ago, though, there's still a lot of, and we were talking about things like we were seeing the 50-50s take place, and one of the big ones is going to be the 3 teams that end up draw over at Skyhook. That means a lot of northern focus, and so if we do zones start pulling to the south, it'll be a completely different game.
All of these teams, too, running that Valkyrie will be able to redeploy into those early positions where they predict the circle is going to pull. That's why control is so important in the early here. But can you even obtain that scan if you're contested 2 other squads on drop? It's the tricky part here, and that's why game number 1 is usually so volatile for some of these teams. That's expecting here, Jamerson. Now moving forward, the next 5 games, I'm interested to see how that's going to change things up.
Yeah, it was a mixed bag, right? Of the circuit and from OC Pro League, where we did have 2 teams down, I believe, in zone number 1. We were already 18 squads by time zone 1 ended up closing. But we'll see. Maybe teams, as of course the situation looks more dire and your spot in the pro looks like it's getting away graphs, they might start playing this a little bit slower, play this one a little bit more standard, go for that center zone control, just play edge without fighting. Though we still have 5 games to go, and remember, the top 10 teams from this set of matches will be moving to the winners bracket finals. We're playing tomorrow up against our bracket finalists. And the bottom 10 teams are going to be sent down. They have another 10 competitors, teams waiting for them down there. Another set of 6 matches that'll be in place a bit later today, to around 4 p.m. Pacific Standard. So there's going to be a lot of Apex. I'm really glad that, all viewers at home are here tuning in with you so much as we were dealing with the audio issues from game number 1. Hopefully it's fixed. We'll find out in just a moment. We're still waiting on game number 2. Now, anything that was kind of interesting that might have stood out in that first game there, Are there any interesting kind of meta composites that you saw teams picking up, or is everything looking quite standard?
I think the one thing that we've been a lot, Jamerson, is the change up between Ash being used. We've been seeing the double between the Caustic and Gibraltar being used here within a lot of these compositions. It's how you utilize that component that really matters, especially for the late game. You already know you want to be able to prioritize when you do have the Caustic on your team, similar to how CLG actually did, securing that second floor building in Tizer and looking already at a lot of us and where they're feeling comfortable dropping here. Already see maybe some of these early cuts may not go forward. Looking at Sky specifically here, you can see a team already trying to prioritize a trial. It's going to open things up for RCO to get a hand on trying to go in for the third party.
We're getting a look at our first ring going over towards the countdown sides. The action is taking place early on. Neck my back in a 50-50 over Frag West. Boss narrowly gets out injured. It's going to be the Neanderthals actually giving up against my neck, my back. No, they got the Gibraltar low. They out the bubble early on, but it looked like they're going to chase after them quite.
Love the way that Neanderthals did so aggressively from the very start. The name here, too, would try to capitalize that first pick here, or rather, there's some amount of aggression that they were able to put on. And now they are going to be able to start rotating off to the see what else is happening on the other side of Fragment.
Yeah, this is just going to slow down the rotation. It's so unfortunate for teams going over Fragment West. They should have priority for zone when it starts pulling over towards that land area, towards countdown, to have one of the highest priorities for the rotates. Now, because of this 50-50, even the Frags team have to take their time moving through here. They have to wait for this engagement to take place, but my neck, my back are just backing, giving up space, trying to pick up loot. Fortunately for them, they're not picking much. They're still sitting on triple white armor.
Ooh, tough here. My neck, my are in those early fights. They do feel comfortable with that, but look at the weapon they're pinging here too. They do have the triple take, and they all secure that high ground to overlook an action that is happening over at Fragment, deciding where they want to rotate to. You talk about circle, looks like it is pulling towards countdown here, but my neck might want to get in on the early action with some of the damage that they've been able to put down.
They know that when you fight Fragment West, you have to be worried about the rotate, about the feast rotate. Even Climatizer can drop to come in. But hey, early acting place over at Countdown right now. It's in the thick of things as Sleepy Panda is caught out by himself. It's up against her, and he actually picks up one kill there. And now are chasing down Krizik. They should be able to knock onto him very shortly, but giving them the movement. Finally, RCL left in a 2v1 as they start hitting this res. They need to close that. There we go, Holiday. He's going to go ahead and play guard there and get that successful res on the Sleepy Panda.
They immediately wipe out that pick here. Too, you see Sleepy Panda with a quick shield swap here. Wash now also in a fight. Talk about how these fights have been happening so early now, Jamerson. This is what we're expecting now going into game number 2. Antboy in some of the action here. Zerbal is going to be able to give him some of that backup. They do have the purple, and immediately melts down that player thanks to that thermite grenade, forcing him out of that position from Zerbo. Great follow-up here coming in from Wash, but Jay Lowen, understanding the situation, only has that white Evo, so has to be careful.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job of just playing around the armors here. It's been Zerbo and Amboy doing most of the peeking, while Jalone was just waiting in the back line. And ooh, my goodness, he almost got the kill. There we go. Zerbo picking up the horizon, by the way. Nice pickup for Wash. That's going to be a +3 for them. That's the first squad knocked out of this game as well.
Gotta talk about a little wee pick-me-up out here for Zobo. Gotta go within that follow-up, and a great start here for Wash. Look at these Evos already charged all the way up, and rocking the R301 and triple take. We were talking about that weapon composition a little bit in game number 1, and look at this redeploy already happening from CLG. This is what we noted already, but it looks like they want to redeploy into a fight already from the get-go, getting them that scan from the passive from the Valkyrie.
They have to be careful in how they fight this. You can see the Countdown teams are keeping an eye on them, and Batro ended up getting tagged from behind. But they're happy they were able to force out this squad. They'll be able to play the fence line here along with this car just outside to the east of Countdown now. CLG, though, how's their economy looking? Nano does have 4 bats to his name, so they are sitting quite pretty here. And the simple fact that they were able to drop down and gain this car means that teams are going to be gate-kept on that eastern edge. Here's Bumpers, though, over by the mine pass now, going for a lurk play, trying their best not to make any noise, because they're afraid that someone might be rotating through here.
This gives me Sentinel vibes here, Jamerson. We've seen this happen before, especially when they're just hugging the wall here, but they're already making this rotation, noting that maybe somebody had already passed through here, and the triple take shot getting put down on dumpers. They are noting that maybe they're separate a little bit with this scan, though. It looks like maybe another team's actually rotating away from tunnel, but that's going to be so much action for that team to face off against the other squad that is holding the high ground hill over Harvester.
Yeah, when you don't have that high ground, you can see that's where Force is playing off of. That small little ledge is giving them so much trouble. Well, you have Asteria showing up behind them as well. So Dumpers can just wait this one out. Defensive bombardment has gone down. Kimchi Lee, he knows that it's not his, and I think he has to have a good indication that this is just a third party coming in then.
Yeah, with that scan, they got enough information off of that Bloodhound info that they were able to get. And that's why it's so important sometimes to determine what you want. But look at these shots that Drago is putting down here. Gets the crack with the wingman. But is Asteria going to give up his position, noting that there's another squad rotating through the tunnel? That's the third party that Asteria needs to know.
They need a port, and here it is, coming in just in time as the defensive bombardment goes down. And Kimchi Lee is actually just going to go ahead and hoof that one, walk up the hill as that big boy on the Gibraltar. ALGS is not giving up the chase whatsoever. Another scan coming out, this time from Rev, as they had the Wraith just caught out behind that truck. Unfortunately, not able to follow up on that damage. Their bubble is going to get forced out themselves, and now they have to take a moment here to reset, which allows them, Dumpers on the other side, to go for the bats themselves. And now they have to be worried. There's actually a flank here, or should be very shortly, as they start pushing up. Team Asteria trying to cut off Kimchi Lee, and they will be able to get the knock. That's going to be ALGS. The wingman shots started off deadly and will finish off strong for them as well. To 3v2 as Asteria now are pushing forward. They've got the man advantage. They're not going to over-aggress here. Now, this is what you have to be worried about, the third party.
LKM, they were there the whole time. That was a squad coming out of the tunnel. Now they're waiting for another knock. Asteria are going to be able to clean that up, but they didn't take too much pressure, but they were expecting LKM to pull up from right behind here. They already get the first knock from Force What? You see some of this pressure coming in to try to hold them at bay before they are able to push inside of here, but they know that they are going to be able to put in this aggressive state. The redeploy coming in, but Asteria, they get out. They have to leave Reverium behind. Unfortunate here, as they are going to be forced to play this as a two-man. Don't think they're even going to be able to obtain that banner, but they're just going to redeploy far away, maybe get the scan for the next circle here, because at the moment, that's what happens when you know those third parties are coming in. Asteria, we're just not expecting it.
Yeah, you don't expect it when you don't lose out on anyone, right? If they don't see on the kill feed that there were trades, you typically expect no third parties, but you saw the ballsiness coming out from LKM there. They decided to push up despite not having any confirmations that someone's low, and they were able to just 3-2-1 that last player in the back. So nice pickup for them. That does also mean that Dumpers are out. Now we're down to 17 squads, 47 players remaining. Zone 1 just finished up closing as well, and it's going to continue. Next ring, pull up towards this countdown side. Now, the big question is, where is this going to end? Is this going to end on CLG? Is there a chance that this one goes down to landslide? This is why having that recon character is so important. Getting that extra beacon for yourself.
Yeah, I can see here my neck, my back actually traversing through the circle. Not going to be taking too much pressure here, but wanting to take this slowly. They have the redeploy, so they're going to be able to get into the circle quickly here. Maybe try to get that next beacon scan, so that way they know where to plan their next moves. Not having the strongest shields here, too. You still have the two whites. You still have one blue Evo here for my neck, my back, and making this longer rotation. They don't want to try to approach maybe from Fragment, but seeing no choice here, they're just going to be able to just turn their attention and try to see where they could hug the edge of the circle.
Yeah, I believe what happened was that they needed to get a res. You can see that Petty Boss has a kill himself, but I remember seeing him getting thirsted on the kill feed, and so they had to bring him back into the game, which is why right now, my neck, my back, they're going to be forced to play edge. They're going to be forced to try and find any kind of loot. If they can get their position on a replicator, that could be huge for them. LKM, though, not out of the fire quite yet. Another team showing up from that respawn building. And what an arm on that Arc Star, getting it all the way downfield now. LKM are able to reset with that bubble being used. And with this distance, it looks like the team actually wants to try and make the push right now. Force doesn't have a bubble for himself. As you can see, last minute are trying to force the issue. And they might have gotten the knock. LKM still falling back. No Messiah was just low, almost getting cracked there. LKM doing a great job of just disengaging from this fight.
I love their positioning too. You can see the trail of caustic traps that they've left for themselves to cover their backs too. That would be some intel for turns to relay to LKM, but they're putting down some of this pressure here too, and they just managed to just draw back here. They want to hug into the circle, or rather the tunnel here, but this is interesting because you have to imagine some of these squads that are rotating from the north part of the map through landslide may get a whiff of the fights happening over here.
Oh boy, Team Wash, they might have actually caught out My Neck, My Back. We know that there's a huge armor discrepancy. You can see Wash, they've got the triple purples forcing out the early bubble, and they push up. Servo gets a knock onto Mooney, and My Neck, My Back are just getting destroyed in this game.
They didn't have the proper shields to fight this year. That's why I was worried as they rotated through Fragment, but they really had no choice. It's like you were saying here, Jamerson. They got the pick, and now they're wiped out, as Zerbo is going to be able to clean up the shop here. Watched, walking away with 3 KP, as well as some intel here, because this is the squad that'll be neighboring Landslide if they do decide to rotate in that direction.
Yeah, I feel like they might have been trying to hit up maybe the replicator there. You saw over by the market side that the replicators and all the crafting was there, and they might have caught them actually crafting something. But here's Team Start a Fight running that that tunnel spot from between Skyhook and Landslide right now. This is a different squad actually from who is trying to contest CLG for that car. It's Rolla Theory that's stuck up on the sniper post right now.
So one of our Pro League squads actually that were in that bottom 8, CLG, another one that's kind of neighboring that side by the sniper tower, but they've been here the whole game too. We saw them land on a squad. They put in a lot of pressure here and still were able to maintain this spot within the truck, and they already have the caustic traps already set up here too. Now wondering where CLG may want to rotate. They do have the redeploy, but this is some intel for them to note with Wash now using their own redeploy, and now seeing here that they're landing right on top of the squad and inside the tunnel that we earlier saw LKM in.
Yeah, they should be safe here for a while with round 2 just finishing up closing. If they need to redeploy again, they should be able to build up that ultimate once again to get out of this spot. The nice thing is you can use it from the stairwell as well. So you don't have to early commit a Gibraltar bubble. You can save that for the landing. But for LKM, they've got the Nox Gas Grenade. There's a huge chance for them to try and get aggressive on this.
LKM was also running away with momentum too. They were able to claim that squad early that we had seen. Now they were also able to reposition, and with this high ground and with information on the next circle, they see exactly where the circle is going to be pulling, and holding on to this high ground positioning is going to be great for any of those squads rotating through that tunnel.
We saw a lot of teams putting focus there, but for right now, LKM, they've got that beacon scan, and they realize it's going to be pulling away towards the sniper post. And we were wondering where this ring was going to go, and I believe CLG should be safe in their car, playing off the fence line there. The biggest trouble is going to be dealing with Team Start a Fight. We saw they were playing off that Skyhook tunnel, Skyhook connecting tunnel right to the east of them as well. So right now, 16 squads, 44 players remaining as LKM. I'm surprised they're not turning more focus onto their south right now.
Oh, they do find a straggler, though, and manage to get that break here. Crummy now being able to also trade in the feed here. You can see that with LKM still holding on to this fight. I like the way that Messiah is just holding on to this position, but with the scan, it's going to let that squad know that LKM is also holding on to the high ground. Tough position to try to contest with Turns having a clear open field day with this flat 9 that he has.
First nades coming on in. They've got the Arcstar there as well, but it doesn't seem like they were able to actually catch out anyone. And now they have to be careful. Another team actually creeping up behind, turning a lot of focus down onto their southeast side, but Onyx Gaming is slowly creeping up. LKM have almost all 3 members turned this way.
Oh, they cannot risk losing Messiah here, especially with Onyx Gaming right behind them, just trying to sneak their way into this fight. LKM basically did the same exact thing when they took out that squad at the very beginning. And Messiah now in some trouble, having to back off. Only has shield cells here too, it looks like, but does have that gold Evo, so is going to be able to get into the fight quickly. Turns now recognizing the situation, is trying to dance around this bombardment pressure. Maybe even trying to dance around the crane here too, but he's not giving up this spot. He knows they need to hold this down so that way they can get a clear view of a lot of these teams now pushing in through their back.
Oh, Forces used his bubble on the low ground as well as he backs off to join his squad. It's 4 teams over here at Landslide right now, Era being one of them currently. and they have one of the best compositions to try and challenge that height. But it's the big worry. You've got multiple teams on the low ground as well, so trying to go up could be a death sentence. They're in one of the best spots currently. They've got that trailer to fall back onto. I believe it's might just narrowly be in the zone. You can see that high ground as well, being held just to the northeast. And yeah, it looks like it is just barely in for them. So they could just slow play this one. They don't need to force a fight here. They could just wait for the drop down as the ring starts closing in.
And it looks like literally Vibing's in trouble in the feed here too. You can see the trades coming in, but it looked like they had just lost one of their members here. And now you can see LKM still holding on to the spot. Talk about a lot of those squads playing on that low ground. Look at this happening over to the side of Countdown, though. They immediately get that knock. RCO, though, is having a nice holiday here, getting all this KP and now holding on to the high ground. I like the fact that they also have the redeploy too, but it can be very risky like we had seen in game number 1 if they utilize that ult at this state of the game.
Yeah, RCO known for really being able to play the macro well, but this time around, the ring pulling away from them. They've got multiple squads they have to deal with. Not only this other team that's in Countdown, but we know that CLG's there on the northern side as well. They should be keeping an eye on their west to try and gatekeep them throughout all of this. It's Team Dab that's actually contesting them right now, trying to gatekeep them. As Team Dab, they need to start setting up these barrels for this fight. They know that the team is going to try and push up, but it's the big 4-team pile taking place over here at Landslide.
There you go. You see Zbo with that lift and just trying to get out of the situation, but taking way too much damage. There's the bombardment, this time hitting its mark. Turns his one and hiding behind these knockdown shields here, Jamerson. He's only playing around with these shield cells, so it's not going to be enough pressure, but look at this bombardment. The art stars, it's right in front of his face. Where do you go? You're playing around these knockdowns, but you're stuck in a hard place, and it's washed that now take this free real estate. They also take the high ground here. You talk about the fact that Zerpo was on that gravity lift, also putting in a lot of pressure here too, so that was really good teamwork here from this squad. And Onyx Gaming were still creeping right behind all of this action.
Yeah, the difficult thing was that he just wasn't able to set down his barrels. He had 3 in the back pocket there, which could have been a huge help. That at least stops people from trying to contest on the height and forces out even more nades, but it's better than nothing. And so they end up going down. 12 squads remaining here now as the next ring will begin closing up. Onyx Gaming are going to try and creep up from the southwest side right now. They don't really have too much to worry about. It seems like there might be a rat as Z Proficiency gets tagged up. There's a bubble out and a defensive bombardment. They're going to be able to just walk past this one, though, and save that bubble for this cross here, as we know there's another team waiting from the landslide area. Cheesy Potato getting that knock onto Drago. That's a two-man of Asteria actually moving up. Alazura is still alive, but oh my goodness. No, they're just going to die to the ring here. Does anyone even get that kill credit, though?
We have to see. I mean, there were some shots getting put down on the Moners, now in some trouble. You see the Caustic traps too, putting in so much pressure, taking way too much damage too quickly. It's CLG who are running away with even more KP. They've been hanging onto this trap this entire game. Very similar game plan that we had seen from CLG just in game number 1.
Yeah, CLG, though, still have to weather the storm here. They got a team to their west and a team just to their southeast, looking to steal this spot away. It was Team Start a Fight who was able to wrestle control over the sniper tower away, and this is one of the best spots to be able to play off of here as Aves picks off one from Nando. It looks like Team Wash are losing out on multiple as well. Team Dab, along with Era, just sandwiching this squad. Era do have the Beast in the Hunt popped here for some time now. They can try and continue to stay aggressive. They're gonna have to make something happen. 45 seconds before this next zone starts closing in, and they've used an early bubble.
Oh yeah, now they're just having to forcibly play around these rocks. May have been just too early here, Jamerson. You can see Tech Candy taking some of that pressure, but is going to be able to reset within this bubble. Their backs just against the ring here, and now with the bombardment putting down, they don't have that bubble to protect themselves around, but they do have that phase breach. They get out of the situation, but is it too little too late with the last minute now, making their way right over by these crates. See Ludo, ooh, a little bit of a glitch right there, but it's okay. He still managed to put down some of those shots. He does manage to get that knock onto Diridium. And Prob Garrett now just having to ping off to the right. They do see that CLG is still up and alive over to the right side.
And last minute able to walk up for free here as they came in from that flank. They got beautiful control over the southern side of the zone. They have some decent natural cover from Team Start a Fight as we are now down to 4 final squads remaining. It's the last circle as well. Team Last Minute, understanding the geography of this area, are able to get some free shots off. That's the knock, and that's the full wipe on to dab. Mamba does end up helping out, but that's still 2 kills going over towards last minute, and they clear up so much ground here on the western side. CLG and Mamba have shown up for this, though. Now they have to deal with that.
You go CLG now taking some shots. They got the alternator at the ready here too. Talk a little bit about how last minute was able to clean that up. Now they have so much space, but with the redeploy right in front of everybody, was that worth it? I mean, you are in an open field in between 2 teams. They took their chances, and now they're going into the arms of Matt Pickett here, and they're just rotating off to the side. You can see Crummy in some trouble too. Luda taking a lot of pressure, and that is it for that squad. They get knocked down and start a fight. Took advantage of a last minute off to the side.
Fast reset coming up from start of fight. Crummy's got that gold armor, so that syringe will basically top him off nearly to full here, and they are ready. But CLG should have the armor advantage, but now start a fight are trying to take priority on this. You can see Matt Pickett getting very aggressive, pushing up by himself, and almost got the 1 clip there, forcing out an early bubble. Start a fight. CLG, it's a full 3v3 as Matt Pickett tries to find that flank. It's Mamba that gets the first knock onto Aves, and now start a fight. Are about to lose this one with Matt Pickett in the 1v3. It's CLG to take the back-to-back wins here.
All right, CLG, we see you coming and swinging. CLG is trying to make a statement here, and within these first 2 games, Jamerson, they are absolutely doing so. Great positioning on their point, and again, we need to highlight, that is the one thing that CLG has been doing that has been able to allow them so much success between rotating between the truck and the sniper tower. Their predictions for these final circles has been fantastic in terms of putting on a lot of pressure for a lot of these teams forced to rotate from where they originally land.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, that the other side of the circle when we talk about like how the challenger circuit works out, right? Because we see a lot of early aggression, teams trying to farm up early kill points. But if you still play standard, these kills and these wins end up coming to you slowly but surely. I mean, definitely not slowly for CLG at this point. That's 2 back-to-back wins for them. And this is a really great start. I believe they had, what, like 23 points, I believe, heading into game number 2. But if you realize that, you know, you have a lobby, basically more than half the lobby is committing to edge, fighting on the edge, that leaves up so much of the center of the late zone for you for just absolutely free. You saw that they were able to get the priority position there in game number 2 and in game number 1.
Just the being able to also just back off from a lot of these fights, disengage for CLG to recognize that is also so smart. You could tell that they're really comfortable with this composition. The Caustic just providing so much space for them and pressure at the same time and maintaining these positions that they've been able to find so much success in.
Yeah, so congratulations to CLG for taking the 2nd win of the day. Now, if you're enjoying all the games today and you're thinking of competing yourself, make sure you check us out at nerdstreet.com/champs. That'll link you up with our qualifiers, our winter champs that are to be taking place. Make sure you, of course, you got 2 other friends to play with, or form a team through all the discords that are there for Apex Legends and get yourself signed up for winter champs. But now we're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 3 right after this. All right, welcome back, guys, to the Apex Legends Global Series. This is the North American qualifiers for split number 2, and it's CLG fighting tooth and nail to get their spot back in the Pro League after 2 wins in a row.
CLG is popping off. They've also been racking up so many kills, and it's like you were saying before the break, Jamerson. You talk about how a lot of these teams just kind of funnel their way into CLG's point of view, and that's the best way to do it. With CLG prioritizing their position from the get-go, they put themselves in a great spot to prevent any third parties, and also these calls to just disengage from CLG have been fantastic in maintaining those positions.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of 50-50s early on that just kind of whittles down the playing field and makes it that much easier for teams like CLG to get that early positioning. We saw them take that spot, basically the game-winning spot early on. Hysteria ended up getting themselves into a fight up against Dumpers, but you can see immediately afterwards it's going to be the third party, and this is where they just try and dip out, and they do successfully at least make it into, like, I think, like the mid-game around top 10 squads, top 8 squads themselves.
Yeah, I think so actually here too. Just the way that they were able to play this too, just rotating away from Fragment and walking away with so much KP here that they were able to put in a lot of work in with that momentum from the start. But also LKM just being able to hold positions that they were also to hold from the very beginning when we saw them go in for the third party. But it was this moment right here where there was just so much pressure from Zerbo specifically too on that gravity lift. It's tough, but then we saw some questionable redeploys actually, both in the late game and also as that final circle was closing in, that really cost the opportunity for 2 of our squads at the end.
Yeah, we're about to see one in just a moment. Last minute will clean up 2 members of DAB here, but this is the spot where they forced a bubble early on and they tried to go for that redeploy, but you can see neither squad have sightlines on the others, so they only focus down start of fight that try to go, last minute that try to take to the skies there, but it's this final team fight, and once again, coming out from CLG, they took minimal damage at the beginning of that and were able to finish that one off strong.
Yeah, looking at those last few squads here, you saw CLG, of course, coming out on top again now in game number 2. That's 2 wins in favor for CLG back-to-back. But then you also had last minute start a fight, and then we also saw Dab actually drop down in that rotation, trying to go into that circle here too. But a lot of these teams, I feel like you see those Val compositions coming out, just struggle on deciding on whether they want to pull the trigger on the redeploy, whether they want to count their blessings and maybe take the chance. But in that situation, especially for the very end there, Jamerson, you saw it and you said it perfectly. Just getting out of these teams' line of sight, especially when you're pinched between 2 squads, you want to try to see another way around this because those redeploys are just not in those final circles.
And right now for CLG, again, they are really blessed because there's so many fights that are taking place across the map. But it does seem like we do have the leaderboard up, and let's go ahead and talk about it. It was a 21-point game this time around for CLG in game number 2. Team start a fight and last minute both had 7 frags each, but it's going to be start a fight that took second place overall, so they'll get 16 points there in last minute with 14.
I like the way that CLG is still managing to rack up a lot of these kills despite holding on to those final positionings. And game number 1, I believe they had secured 11 kills when they had done the same exact game plan. And they ended game number 1 with 23 total points. So now with game number 2 in the books for them and 21 added points to their original score, they're sitting pretty happily building that gap between them and that second place squad.
Yeah, the big difference between game 1 and game 2 is that CLG had to take an early fight in game number 1. And so that's basically 3 kill points, 2 kill points that they're missing out on. And so it looks like, you know, as long as you make it to the late game, you should be able to, and get the W, you should be able to get anywhere between 6 to 9 kills. And so CLG keeping up that pace right now, that means overall they should have 44 points, I believe, with the 23 that they picked up from game number 1. So they put themselves in really good standing, but it's a very similar top 5 from what we had in game number 1 as well.
And, you know, to go over again what a lot of these teams have at stake here, those top 10 teams from today are going to advance into the finals for tomorrow with advanced starting points, I believe. So then the bottom 10 teams still have to play through another set of 6 extra games, Emerson, if they are going to be going through that losers bracket, which will be happening later today.
Yeah, and you only have about like an hour break in between those matches as well. So
yeah.
you need to do some really fast prep. You need to figure out where those bottom 10 teams are going to be dropping as well. It's going to be basically a reset button on your preparation, and that can really end up testing people. Right now, though, teams that don't seem to need to worry about playing in the lower bracket, CLG, off to a really great start. They're running El Clasico. They got the big boys in tow with that Valkyrie. They're utilizing it well to this degree, and I feel like a lot of that just coming coming down to a lot of teams pulling off from that caustic Gibraltar compositions. We're seeing less and less of it. There aren't as many as I think we're used to seeing. And so right now they're able to utilize that well. We're not seeing, multiple caustics in the late game here. So CLG are able to really thrive upon this current meta here in the Pro League qualifiers.
Especially with a lot of these final circles pulling into these open fields, the way that CLG has been holding onto their cover for as long as possible is also very important to highlight here, because I feel like that's the difference between what we're seeing from CLG within a lot of these squads that we see pulling out of the circuit, the challenger circuit, and now trying to put up their skills against a lot of these Pro League teams that just did not have the ability to perform within the Pro League bracket.
Yeah, hopefully this is going to be a really good experience if they are able to move on from this weekend, reclaim their spot in the Pro League for split number 2. And I think, they found a really, really good mix right now. I think trying to play for that center zone has been working out for them. Will it work out for them if they make it back into the Pro League? That still remains to be seen. But I think if you cut down on your looting time, you're able to get that high priority rotate, and you're able to consistently get these late game spots with being able to defend it. They have found the recipe for success, and especially here, again, because we have plenty of teams that are absolute fraggers, but they are team fighting amongst some of the best from the challenger circuit. But here we are heading into game number 3 of the day, almost at the halfway points for our winners bracket now, and it's another decent split on this drop ship. We've gotten 2 quasi-northern zones, right? We had the climatizer one, but then we had that landslide countdown one, which is almost center map, but still northern. So now I feel like the algorithm's gonna bring us down to the south.
They heard us, Jamerson. They heard our pleas, and they're answering right back. And I love to see it too, because even though at the very end, CLG still is that squad to come out on top. So now we get to see how some of these squads kind of go through the notions. Now you could see Matt Pickett now rotating off to the side. They do have Fragment. They are on that train, and they are going to be able to see some of these early fights actually with My Neck, My Back actually now in that early skirmish. Very similar to what happened before, but it did not end so great with them, with Neanderthals right on their tail.
Yeah, in game number 2, I believe Neanderthals were able to get a kill on Petty Boss, forcing them to go for that res. No, boy, Neanderthal almost found another knock there. Run me your pockets, though. Isn't going to go ahead and chase after him. So not really living up to his name. We'll see if he continues to get aggressive as he ends up getting that knock onto Cody. So this might be a point where, I mean, your Pro League chances are on the line. You might have to make the swap on your drop spot.
What's crazy here is that Running Me Your Pockets had only 10 bullets in the L-Star and still managed to go for that pick, but can't do much beyond that. You heard the bow check flying past them, and now Wash in some trouble. Antboy taking a lot of pressure, but I love the follow-up that we see from JLo, and now being able to clean up that squad. Some early KP going in favor for Wash, and this is one of those areas in Climatizer where if you get those early 50-50s going down for some of these squads, it could be lethal, because you know that early third party could come in from anybody that landed by Epicenter, but now with that early fight and some purple Evos here for Antboy and Zerbo with the blue Evo, they are going to be able to rotate pretty comfortably.
Yeah, that's a really nice thing about running the Horizon and the Valkyrie. When you have that extra verticality for these fights, when these buildings have multiple levels, it becomes so important to be able to gain roof control or be able to just hop onto the gondolas, grab the armors, and then just get out of there. You'll have that extra mobility just in case maybe you fall into the lava. Well, you can retake height with that. And so they have a lot of options to work with. RCO Esports, though, sitting pretty now. They've got the purple and the blue on Sleepy Panda and Nando. We've got an indication of the ring, and it looks like it's going to be a very similar one, but indicating more that this one's going to be going to countdown for game number 3.
Interesting here. Another one of those circles where I'm expecting a CLG to make those early rotations. We're going to have to see with RCO as well now. Rocking the purple Evo, blue Evo, they're already rotating off to the side to see if they can get anything going down on the other side of Countdown before making their rotation to just settle down, because they're not the ones running the caustic composition that we have seen from some of these squads here, Jamerson, where that's a type of composition where you want to make your plans for that final circle, for that final position to sit steady in.
Yeah, they got pings down to try and take the northern building here, and we got supply bins that aren't open, but there has to be a team that drops that countdown. I wasn't taking an astute look at it. Ooh, Sleepy Panda is able to turn around for a nice gold there. But it seems like they might actually just get this one for completely free. One of the best spots here in Countdown.
surprising here. I was wondering if that bunker was open. And talk about some of these fights, though, going on already. We got Team Dab now taking control over this high ground right by Landslide. Does look like there was a squad right behind them there, though. I'm not too sure if they already noted that, but they were rotating maybe outside of that tunnel, leading away from fragments. So that's something for Dab to know if they are going to get into these early fights here, especially with a lot of teams already going in for the rotations.
Yeah, it seems like they want to move, though. Blood is already first on the ground. They're going to use that Valkyrie redeploy. CLG that was lurking up behind them, but they should be safe, and mostly through the animation. Never mind, Dracos is just so late on this one. Could get punished, but it seems like they are relatively safe. CLG not even taking any shots at them.
Maybe not trying to pull any attention, especially since Landslide is that middle point for a lot of these squads to rotate through, especially since the circle is going to be pulling to countdown. But look at this rotation. They do note with that passive from the Valkyrie that there's already a squad here. We saw them earlier when they were able to rotate away from Lava Fisher, and that is going to be RCO. So with Dab now taking some shots already, they're really going to be able to sit down pretty here. They're the ones also running the Cossack and Gibby, so they're already going to be able to utilize the Cossack traps to sit inside that building.
We have to note, though, this is 3 of the best spots basically in Countdown, and it took a ring closing for them to actually be taken up and basically having no more vacancies here, excuse me. And I think the most important thing to note is that a lot of the middle or a lot of the early rotate teams now are being slowed down because of some of the 50-50s that's taking place in the middle of the map. You know, teams are probably lurking around to see if they can get in third party. There's 3 teams over at Fragment right now. So that's 3 teams that miss out on this priority rotate.
I also saw in the feed right there that it looks like Dumpers started taking some of these early fights. They caught one of the members of CLG off guard with Foolsy getting that knock. So that's going to be quite interesting earlier on for CLG's pacing to change things up with Neanderthals now making the rotation through Landslide. Again, we have to note that CLG was one of those squads that were sitting in the back. So maybe Neanderthals want to get a whiff of that third party.
Ooh, Era might have caught out a team here. You do have the defensive bombardment going down on to construction. Don't know if Era really want to try and push onto this. I mean, I've seen in my own games, and you know, those zip lines are basically a death sentence, and they're gonna try and back away. But Wizzy with the charge rifle gets the knock on detect. Shouldn't really be able to punish though. You can see the lack of mobility here. Wizzy was the one that got the knock, and he needs the instant port after that one. They're gonna chase after them, but I'd be surprised if Roller Theory get anything else here. But throughout all of this, Kimchi Lee and Dumpers have taken out 2 members of CLG.
Now, that's what I was saying here. Dumpers is on the run for CLG. They know that CLG have been doing so well, so they were able to isolate them, getting those picks. And also something else here, Roller Theory just backing off, actually opting to just rotate themselves after getting that that next circle already scanned. And maybe not noting that the other squad here that they were able to get that knock with a charge rifle has that gold backpack. So they are going to be able to get res with some of that health. And Roller Theory don't want to get cut off from this rotation since they're forced to traverse this low to high ground. You can see the EMP coming in. Roller Theory wondering if they were able to pull it off here because they were able to shut down that crypto drone really quickly and shut down McNuggy, but he is down. And now Dumpers, they're on a tear. This is the scary version of Dumpers. When they get that momentum here, Jamerson, you know how scary, especially Kimchi Lee can be when it comes to those IGL shots that he makes.
Yeah, they should have at least 4 kill points for themselves now, trying to chase after a maze, and it's just a matter of time. Enemies got another scan for them as well. Kimchi Lee bringing up the rear, knows exactly where this final player is, and he has given up. There's no more running for him. He has backed himself into a corner now. Kimchi Lee in the 1v1 up against another big boy on the other side, and he's gonna wait for a backup. I like that call. He's not gonna throw anything here. This is a nice comeback game so far for Team Dumpers.
I was laughing because I was wondering, it was either his backup was going to come or his shield, his arm shield was going to come back. You have to, you know, you just juggle it right here. Kimchi Lee was happy to just play that extremely patiently. I like the look from Dumpers. This is our squad from the Challenger Circuit, Jamerson, that has just been popping off. I believe they finished first in the Challenger Circuit, and currently they're in 16th place after those last 2 games, so they're tired of it. They're tired of sitting in the passenger seat. Now they want a piece of the action.
I mean, basically the kill points they got here match their 2 point totals from the last 2 games. I don't know if they were able to finish off CLG. There it is. We got the confirmation. Vatro goes down to the ring, so CLG are out, and the rest of the lobby can thank Team Dumpers here, as now Team Wash are starting to move up onto this beacon building, but they're going to have to deal with start a fight very shortly.
And I say this beacon building is so important here. It doesn't look like there's a beacon this time around, but it's still that middle point for a lot of these squads to rotate away from Skyhook, see what the action's going down and fragment with Team Washed. Also another squad that has been pretty consistent within the last 2 games. Love the composition that they've been working with the Horizon, but it's what you were saying earlier here, Jamerson. It's so important to have that verticality, especially with some of these circles just pulling towards these areas where you want to be able to take control of these high-end buildings.
Yeah, I'm so surprised, right? When the meta has basically been Valkyrie Ashe or Valkyrie Wraith to bust out this Horizon, which we very rarely get to see, but we know the strength of that Wombo combo. When you throw down that defensive bombardment along with that Black Hole, it can absolutely destroy a team. For now, they've also got a decent spot to try and play off the edge here, but last minute are still creeping up. They're just on the other side of these train tracks. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and go for a Valkyrie deploy, though.
And here they are. They're going to be able to just rotate away from here. And that's the beauty of the redeploy. They're still going to get shot at the same time. They were creeping behind that squad for quite some time, but they're just opting to go and prioritize Skyhook right here. And I like the timing of this redeploy too, because they are going to be able to utilize the buildings in Skyhook for some cover if they do find themselves in some trouble.
Yeah, this is a nice thing. You can see they are going to be safe in the zone for the next ring. That's plenty of time for them to build up another ultimate, but it's also just buying time for the rest of the lobby to die down, for them to secure themselves some placement points at the very least. I mean, this position here on the south side of Skyhook, it should not be that heavily populated, but oh boy, it looks like we have another fight taking place right now. Petty Boss taking out Kimchi Lee.
And you can see that with that squad holding onto that tunnel right here, you can see Wash actually trying to put in some pressure. So that squad may find themselves sandwiched soon after the redeploy that we had just seen from Literally Vibing now over at Skyhook. So Wash now just trying to note that there could be a squad also creeping up from right behind them. But they're going to have to be moving soon here, seeing that the second circle is going to be closing in a few seconds, but now seeing that Matt Pickett and Aves are holding onto that tunnel. Don't want to get too overly aggressive, but talk about overly aggressive. Crummy was by himself, pushed way too far up ahead, started a fight. Now, noticing that, are forced to just back off, and remember, there is still a squad right behind start a fight.
And there was absolutely nothing that Start a Fight really could have done there. I mean, Crummy was just out on his ones, and he tried a wide swing, didn't realize there was actually 2 players on the other side of that corner. So they're just going to go ahead and back off, and we'll see if maybe they have an opportunity to try and recover that banner. But in such a strong priority position, I don't feel like that team really needs to back away. I feel like Wash can just play that for the next 2 zones.
I have to see what they end up doing here. Motors now have taken control over the same truck that CLG was holding on to for the entirety of that second game, where they found so much success here, and a nice little gold light mag here for Kotigami. Now, with the caustic composition, again, we talk about some of these compositions. The 2 big boys here for Moners saw that success for CLG, and Foolsy in some trouble, actually, just trying to rotate away. Getting chased down here. Dumpers now may have just pushed a little bit too ahead of themselves after losing Kimchi Lee in the process.
Oh boy, and the thing is, there's really nowhere else for them to run. If they continue to go north, it's going to be Team Wash that should be looking to gatekeep them. And you can see they are already there trying to steal away these kills from My Neck, My Back. And this might actually open up an opportunity for My Neck, My Back. Never mind. Never mind. And boy, just got the 1 clip onto Petty Boss. Mooney might be the next one to fall. Cody is the only healthy one for his squad, but he himself is getting taken down low. He's got the gold armor as he's trying to hit that cell, but Zerbo will be able to get the knock. And oh boy, that was the fastest caster curse I've ever experienced.
And it was with Wash too. We were just talking about this squad with their composition, how much success they've been able to get with this Horizon pick from Zerbo. But Zerbo is so aggressive, capitalizing off of that opportunity. I love how they were just trying to run away too, to try to get into the circle, follow down on dumpers. But little do you know, you are just chasing into the line of sight of Wash, who have been holding onto that high ground spot, overlooking a lot of the action. So they have a lot of KP that they're working with.
Yeah, this should be a relatively easy rotate in for them. Their only point of resistance is going to be, I believe, Moners that were playing off of the carts just to the east of Countdown. And they can just bypass that. There's still actually a decent amount of spots that are open in Countdown. Down here by Landslide, though, Era making the rotate. There's a team actually creeping. It's going to be Onyx Gaming once again. This is the same thing they did in game number 2, where they were just lurking on the edge of Landslide here, but they have been caught out this time, so the jig is up.
The one thing that Onyx Gaming loves to do is play positioning here, and that's why they usually love to be on the outside of circle. But look at this, facing off against an aggressive squad like Arrow, you see Onyx Gaming in some trouble. The Thermite just trying to buy some time and space here. They have the redeploy, but are they going to utilize it now or find themselves in this fight? They need to get this KP and try to take advantage.
They're getting picked apart slowly. It's all positioning coming up from Era here, but they're going to slow things down just a bit. They forced out the Nox gas grenade, and they just need to wait down to cool down here. I can see that they are also worried about the third party, quite possibly. Deridium, he gets turned on, and Cheesy Potato will get that knock. I thought Onyx Gaming were done for. They have turned the script on him, and they're trying to secure this thirst. Maybe start focusing on the rest of the team here, as it looks like they will finally turn their attention on to the last two members of Era. Flatasun is still underneath them, but they don't quite realize that yet, but I think they just heard him. There it is. As they turn around, they'll be able to get the knock. No! Oh boy, this is looking quite difficult now for Onyx Gaming. They need to go for the fast res. There you go. Pick him up. It should have been serious help to get him up, but hopefully they get him in. There's an Arc Star to go through that, and they do get hit by it, but it looks like no third parties, surprisingly enough, are going to come in.
That was a blessing here for Onyx Gaming, because with that Arc Star, they lost all their shields, took a lot of pressure. Talking about pressure, though, Asteria and Neanderthals come out on top in that fight. Run me your pockets in that 1v1 coming out here, and is going to be able to get the res, too. So Neanderthals, we saw earlier that they play very aggressive from the very beginning, but for a good reason here, too. They want to be able to pick up that momentum as a lot of these games go on, especially with CLG out of the lobby for this game.
It seems like Washed might have used that Valkyrie deploy to just go ahead and bypass this position. We were talking about Moners playing off for Onyx Gaming. They have a nice, very passive one here on the south side. Little do they know, there's another team just waiting on the other side of this one. You can see Kuzme and Double O Negative just holding their different positions for the time being. RCO Esports, we saw them taking early positions here at Countdown, trying to keep the teams coming in from that lava side. Run me, your pockets will fall.
He isn't going to be running anything now with RCO holding onto the high ground. They have the triple take here for Sleepy Panda. We saw him pick up that gold Evo a little bit earlier with the start of the game here, but this is the importance of holding onto these positions when you know where that next circle is going to be pooling. And RCO, they wanted to take their real estate without getting contested earlier on, and now they also have so much view of a lot of these squads wanting to rotate from the low ground here. You can see the Thermites getting sent down too, and Sleepy Panda maybe trying to find an opportunity to try to see what that care package had, but is forced to back off with this bombardment being called now with RCO having the safety of this building right here.
Yeah, it'd be nice for them to pick up an extra gun here, because Holiday is starting to run low on heavy ammo. Nando is running the 30-30, so you can't imagine that he has extra to throw down as well. But oh boy, take a look. Team Dab trying to turn their focus onto the south side of the map. Nando is running the 30-30, so you can't imagine that he has extra to throw down as well. But oh boy, take a look. Team Dab trying to turn their focus onto the south side of the map as Onyx Gaming lose out on Z proficiency. It doesn't seem like they have a mobile respawn beacon for him, and with 27 seconds left to go, they're really not going to have the time to try and get him back into this game. So it looks like Onyx Gaming are going to be forced into a two-man for the rest of this remaining game number 3.
And looking at Dab, this is another one of our squads that took this position here in Countdown very early at the start of the game, and with still blue Evos, they're putting in a lot of pressure. They want to try to walk away with that KP while holding on to this position, because the moment they give this area up, you already know that squad from right below them are going to want to try to take that real estate, but that's so much pressure that Dab could keep putting down to build up some more damage for those Evo shields. Even the Nox gas being called out from right behind them, so now Blight needs to get into the action.
Ooh, he's keeping them gate-kept over here, making sure that they cannot climb up. Dracos is also watching the top of this elevator shaft, forcing out an early defensive bombardment and really not getting much value off of it, unless that was just their opportunity to try and take heights. No bubbles out quite yet, but Dab will finally have to commit that one in, and now they've given up their back, and so they have to be worried about the sandwich. There's still 13 seconds left to go on this zone, and so there's still an opportunity. Maybe a team drops in as a Valkyrie, but right now Team Dab still somehow still alive. Dracos dropped down to about 20 HP total here as Phoenix will fall, and just like that, another third of our lobby is gone. We're down to about 12 teams remaining, 28 players left, running late, stuck here on the low as Kuzme finds that last kill onto Mooney. We're now down to 10 squads.
RCO's having a field day right now, Jamerson. Looking at the speed and with that triple take, they also have the 30-30 repeater. They're putting on so much pressure onto these squads that are forced to just push in from the circle, hold on to this high ground, but then look at all the amount of squads we have just hugging the walls right below Countdown 2. Running late, still running this as a duo here. Nightmare now also holding on to these buildings, which is great for them. Looking at their composition, they're also running those two big boys that we were noting before that CLG and Motors were also running.
Yeah, we've got plenty of duos, rats running around as well. I believe Washed are still alive throughout all of this, but it's Team Nightmare who are able to take this early spot. This is probably the best spot to be holding in Countdown because of pulls like this. And so now they just have to be very defensive. Watch their north and their south. Make sure that no one creeps up. You have to challenge everyone that walks up to you because that is basically the game-winning spot. We got a fight taking place down here, though, as LKM are trying to make their push onto Jaron, as it looks like multiple teams are actually showing up to get involved in this fight.
Yeah, literally vibing an RCO, now also looking at them from right above on the high ground. LKM, though, picking out of Banshee. They're forced to back off a little bit right here, Jamerson. You can see Moosin just one shot away from getting that purple Evo, but can't risk the opportunity here, losing Banshee, just trying to rotate around, and they're actually about to meet up with a Rad here. They're just looking for him. They don't know exactly where he is, but he does have the scans. I'm surprised he hasn't used them just yet. Here he is. They finish him up quickly, but they're still getting pinged from the high ground, looking at RCO, who does have their line of sight in view.
Yeah, Moosin could be scanning, but I just think he doesn't want to give away the position, or maybe he's just caught up in the moment. Literally vibing, have secured themselves top 7. They've got these death boxes to play off of here. They should be pulling out armor swaps when they have the opportunity because they might lose out on that fight with that split-second decision-making. As literally vibing, try to push up, but now Moosin is forced back. It looks like it might just be a solo Rat Gibraltar, and it is. It's going to be Endpoint for Team Washed going it down. It's the final 6 squads remaining. Team Nightmare with still basically the sole control over the high ground here. Almost everyone else forced down onto the low.
They're happy holding that position too. They also saw that the alternator was being shot from right below them. They clean up that one pick real quickly. RCO, though, still in one of the best spots. They're getting a res right in front of them while they're getting pinged with a triple take. Maybe a misclick here, but now Sleepy Panda is forced to take some pressure here on the high ground as they were forced to also push in, but losing one of their teammates. It's Nando who goes down here. Holiday has to give that suppressed fire, but now in this situation, this is not where you want to be with Nightmare holding a clear view of where RCO is currently positioned.
And they've got a defensive bombardment going down as well, and it covers them. Holiday will get finished off along with Nano, and RCO had such a beautiful spot, but the focus fire being turned onto them. They kind of tunneled vision onto the kills onto the low ground, and now might just be down to 1. Last minute, trying to get aggressive here to pick up that last kill onto RCO, and he is there. Ludo with that port has to be careful as the defensive bombardment goes down. He does back off with that port. I love this position now for them. Round 6 closing in. We're down to 5 squads remaining. Multiple rats still alive here. We know that last minute and Team Nightmare are still up as a full 3. Who else do we have in this lobby?
Good to see here because RCO is just left with Sleepy Panda off to the side here, just forced to play this out of position. But we were talking about positioning in general. And last minute, this was a squad who originally Valk ulted all the way to Sky, took the longer way around the circle, and now this is just a great spot for them to hold because both Nightmare and RCO, with Sleepy Panda still alive, are going to be forced to try to go into their line of sight. But that's not to note with the squad maybe being right below them too.
Yeah, so it's a 3-3-2-2-1 right now. We've got LKM still alive on the low ground. You can see there they are, Force and Turns. They're setting up their own little shack. I mean, it looks like, you know, it's Minecraft, it's first night. You're just trying to build any kind of like hovel to survive the nighttime. But it looks like Moosin and Jaren want to try and make the push.
You see them getting shot off by the crack too. You see Nightmare just trying to take that last rat here from RCO, trying to find the opportunity with the circle closing in right behind them. Final circle here too. They have the Nox grenade ready to control some space.
So these bubble timings are going to be incredibly important. Sleepy Panda did get finished off. It's the final 4 squads remaining. We have a 3v3 up top, a 2v2 down low, but not for long as Luda gets the knock onto Aim God, and the bubbles are not there for Washi. Nightmare get completely wiped out, and it's literally vibing on the low ground, still alive in the 2v2 just below. It's all up to last minute now to close things out strong.
Last minute just destroyed them, but they lose Luda in the process. Right below them, though, they're going to die to circle in that next circle here. And it's just a matter of last minute just trying to out-heal them. But you can see the action happening right below them. What can they do here? Looking at those squads right below them.
Oh no, Force! Everyone else trying to climb out
No.
and they will go down. It looks like ultimately the ring will do damage. And it's gonna be last minute taking the win there. It was a bit anticlimactic, but it's still a win ultimately in the end here in game number 3.
And Last Minute played that so well too. This is a squad that has been consistently within those top 3, top 4 squads within the last 2 games. So taking that win is going to elevate them through the leaderboards.
Yeah, and overall, throughout the Challenger circuit, they were basically ranked 2 behind Team Dumpers by like, I think 40 overall qualifying points. And so we can see why they're doing an amazing job. They had a great game number 3 right there. That means, of course, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And when we get back, we'll have game number 4 of the North American qualifiers right after this. All right, welcome back, guys, to the Apex Legends Global Series. This is the North American qualifiers for split number 2, winners bracket. And so that means we still have 2 sets of matches after all of this. We're halfway through this set of matches, though, here in the winners bracket right now, as it was literally Vibing that ended up taking the win in game number 3. And finally, much deserved, because they had hit top 3 in the first 2 games of the day. It all started here. Dumpers, you were able to take out CLG in this aggressive run on the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, what was really great to look at the way that last minute was able to win that, aside from the fact that they've been able to consistently stay within that top 3, like you were saying, Jamerson, is that they've been also been able to rack up so many kills in the process. Between a lot of our teams here and CLG actually falling down in 18th place, that's going to mix things up a lot. But I'm really surprised looking at the way that Dumpers have been trying to find their opportunity to just frag out, but they constantly have been shut down, which further highlights that these aren't the Challenger Circuit lobbies that you may be used to. I love the ending here too, where RCO Esports, they had probably the best position looking at Countdown and all the pressure that they were able to put down. They had so much KP too, but maybe getting too excited over closing things up for that squad, that duo that was forced to play things out on that low ground till the very end.
Yeah, I believe Washi ended up finding a nice angle on them. They were playing out of that eastern building on Countdown and were able to peek out and punish RCO. Ultimately, though, it came down to the ring, finishing off the rest of this lobby here. You can see everyone stuck down on the low ground as last minute just watch on. These could have been super important kill points. I feel like they should have gotten at least a little bit aggressive, trying to secure them for themselves, but it was still a great game number 3 for them. It was 21 points overall, with literally Vibing and Washed tied for second with 12 points.
Oh, that's tough here. Now, yeah, you're actually thinking about that. Trying to rack up those last kills could have been detrimental here for last minute, especially since they've consistently ended the last 2 games within that 3rd place spot. But literally, Vibing is another one of those teams that have also been able to stay right behind last minute and CLG.
Yeah, the important thing, though, is that we have to remember that this is a marathon. The top 10 teams are the teams that will be moving on to the finals that will be taking place tomorrow. And so maybe, you know, they could have gone a bit more aggressive and gotten those kill points, but just securing the dub, I think, might have been the bigger focus for last minute at the end. Was this enough, though, to put them on top of the leaderboard? We noted that they had 2 top 3 finishes in game number 1 and 2, and it looks like on the bottom half of that leaderboard, it was going to be, you can see right there, CLG picking up 0 points in game number 3.
I'm wondering here how that's going to change things up for the overall leaderboards here, because then you still have those consistent teams like last minute still racking up a lot of those kills, now taking that dub, those 12 extra points for that win too. So that's going to be really great here. Looking at last minute, also looking at literally Vibing, those 2 teams again have been really consistent, but CLG with that 3rd game, how far back is that going to set them?
Yeah, but they did get 2 wins back to back. It was a 23 plus the 21, so they're at 43. But we know that the rest of the lobby were quite close. So in a moment, we'll hopefully be able to check in with the overall leaderboard. And I feel like that probably might actually propel last minute into that 1st place spot. Because like you said, Vicky, it wasn't just, you know, a top 3 finish with like 2 or 3 kills, which only gets you like 11 points. They were consistently getting like 15 points per game. And so it's a really good sign for them if they're keeping up this kind of pace.
Yeah, and remember, we were also noting at the very start, how is the game's going to start off for us here, Jamerson? Are we going to see a lot of these teams contest early on? Or are we going to try to prioritize positioning like we saw CLG do? But then I feel like as the games have gone on, the aggression has just been turned up for a lot of these squads, trying to find any opportunity mid-rotation on trying to close out a lot of these stragglers that may be falling behind in their own rotations.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much of that might be, you know, how the zone has been pulling, and that affects how teams end up piling up on top of each other, or if it is aggression. I mean, we definitely got to see some aggression coming out from a team like Dumpers there, but you kind of have to respect the strength of the field, because where they ended up fighting on that eastern side of the map. I mean, they had a great run. They took out CLG, or 2 members of CLG, and found a few more kills after that. But they ended up running into My Neck, My Back, into Washed. A lot of teams that are also look for these early game fights. And so I feel like sometimes you have to temper that aggression. And if you get those early kill points, maybe then start turning your eye towards finishing off strong by just getting that late game.
Yeah, that's actually really smart too. Just imagine changing up that pacing as we move on to game number 4. Like you said, we're already in that halfway point. So at this time, a lot of those teams that are falling behind may want to open up their eyes and see if they could get those early KP, if they could just walk away with that and then prioritize their end game positioning. So that way they could start end the game off strong with the KP that they've already obtained earlier on in the match. So going on to game number 4, though, is that going to change things up for like teams like CLG? Are they going to try to play this more patiently again? Or seeing that they missed out on kill opportunities in just game number 3, are they going to play a lot more aggressively?
And for other teams that are kind of struggling because a lot of the early 50-50s that are taking place right now, teams like my neck, my back, at some point you might have to consider just dropping your, giving up your drop spot and going somewhere else, because these games here in the winners bracket is a pretty decent eye into what the finals are going to look like. You have to imagine that, well, at least 10 of the teams are going to be there in the winners bracket as well. So it's going to be a very similar lobby, and you have to play to that lobby. And I believe that we might actually have a free drop spot. I could be wrong, but I think Dome might have been open, which it typically is a lot of the times. And so if that's something that they might have practiced, that might be something that a team like my neck, my back might have to fall back on.
And thinking about the circles that we've also been having, Jamerson, 3 North circles, just to highlight on that. I'm not used to seeing that very often, but I love to see it nonetheless, because it kind of makes a lot of these teams adjust, especially those southern teams that land in those spots in trying to rotate up north. We saw RCO, of course, take one of those early positioning spots in Countdown because they are usually landing in Lava Fissures. So now understanding that and now making those rotations as the circles are going to adjust is super important here for a lot of these teams that feel more confident in that north side.
Yeah, and again, with that northern kind of pileup as well, having multiple teams over at Skyhook, I was wondering, I think we were both wondering at in game number 3, what happened in Countdown, because it looked like Countdown might have been open as well. I don't know. We need to go back in the VODs. So hopefully, our teams are also looking at the VODs as well to see if there are these extra spots, because if you're continuing to contest and you're losing out on these 50-50s, now is the time with 3 games left to go to make that swap off. If you try to do that in game number 4, or game number 5, excuse me, it's all but over. And so I want to see the changes being made right now as we head into the second half. Other 50-50s we have to talk about, well, it's the one-sided one that's been going towards the way of Washed over at Climatizer time and again.
Yeah, there was also another early 50-50 in Frag West, too. So it's interesting to see how Neanderthals has consistently been coming out on top with that 50-50. But at this point now, Jimerson, you don't want to be at risk of those 50-50s. You have 3 more games to play through. And again, to highlight, the bottom 10 teams still would have to play through another set of 6 games later today. That would be 12 games in total for those bottom 10 teams to have been able to play through both this winner's bracket that we're going through right now, as well as a loser's bracket that we're going to be seeing later on today.
Yeah, and there are ways that 50-50s can both punish you and benefit you, and we're seeing both of that right now, right? For Team Wash, it's definitely benefiting them. They're getting isolated 3v3s, they're able to win out those fights without losing anyone, and they can commit to the edge because they're already a Climatizer squad that's used to committing to the edge. But for teams like Neanderthals and for My Neck, My Back that are dropping center of the map over at Frag West, those fights are taking forever. Those aren't clean fights. We're seeing reses coming out left and right, and at that point, again, it's just like a net loss for both squads.
And even then, you take a look at the playstyles too, looking at Onyx Gaming, how we caught them creeping twice over the landslide. This passive-aggressive playstyle, yeah, allows you to get those position points that you really want at the very end of the game, but you are denying yourself that KP. They came out on top on that last fight, but it was very close still with that Arcstar taking out both their shields. Very lucky to count their blessings that there was not a third party that was able to come back and try to wipe them out, because Onyx Gaming is another one of those teams to look out for, because they are playing this rather passively here. And looking at teams like CLG, where playing passively has really worked out for them, they've been calling out these final circle positionings amazingly, but that is to say if they can even get there in the first place.
Yeah, and really, once again, going back to that Onyx Gaming fight, I mean, it was not clean at all whatsoever. Either side could have lost it. just a flip of a coin. And they were really lucky that a team like Dumpers, I mean, we saw in game number 2 in a similar circle, Dumpers were in that area. They were trying to play off that spot, but they were just lucky this time around that those squads weren't there in the area. They were more in the eastern edge for whatever reason, for whatever happened in game number 3 that changed things to change up how the map worked out that way. So if you're a team like Honest Gaming, you're trying to make those plays, you have to be a bit more succinct in your fights. You have to be able to take those cleanly. They should not have survived there, either of those teams, regardless of who ended up winning that fight.
That's why it's so excited to see how a lot of these teams adjust to some of these circle pools. We see kind of the same habits coming in from some of these teams that feel comfortable going into those north circles. Now, we don't know what circle we're going to have going into game number 4 as our players are getting ready, but I am excited to see how some of those adjustments come into play because it's going to be so important here, again, at this middle point of our games where a lot of these teams are going to be forced to make some of those adjustments, especially those bottom teams that may not want to be at risk of playing another set of 6 games because, again, you may be warmed up, but burnout is definitely real here. You're playing these long, extensive games. You're trying to prioritize so many things at once that you don't want to go into that second half of games looking at those bottom 10 teams feeling that burnout.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredibly long day if you have to play that lower bracket in the second half of the broadcast right now. Just a quick heads up, it does look like last minute ended up taking away that first place spot. They're currently sitting in first place with 49 points, and CLG are now finding themselves in a 5-point deficit, currently in second place now with 44 points. The next one up, no, third place is going to be Literally Vibing in third place with 34. So that lead between CLG and Literally Vibing still kind of big there.
Yeah, and that's what highlights that consistency of just being able to finish in that third place spot within the last 2 games and then taking that win in that last game that we just saw from last minute. And last minute, even though they haven't won those last 2 games, with COG dropping in that game number 3 with no kills, that set them back a lot, like I was saying before. So I'm curious to see what COG does to try to change that up because now they have to make up for those loss of points with no KP that they had in game number 3. But also, like you said, Literally Vibing is one of those other squads that have been consistently within those top 5 teams within our last 3 games, but it looks like we're all ready and set to go here, Jamerson. Game number 4, looking at Literally Vibing, COG, and last minute. Those top 3 teams have a lot to work off of, and there's been that gap that has been built up between Literally Vibing and Start a Fight, who's in 4th place with only 24 points.
And that's right. 3 games left to go here in the winner's bracket to secure your spot into the finals tomorrow. Remember, the bottom 10 teams, they're not out, so they're just going to be sent down to the lower bracket. But you definitely want to just increase your chances. You just want to send yourself to the finals now instead of taking the risk going down to the lower bracket. A team that is struggling, it is going to be My Neck, My Back that we're on board with. They've been fighting 50-50s, game in, game out since the start of the day up against Neanderthals. And it looks like, yeah, Neanderthals are still on their heels.
Yeah, Neanderthals has not given this up. They are going to continuously keep going in on this. You see Neanderthals already getting into position to take in these early fights. I mean, why wouldn't they here? They've been able to come out on top every single time in those 50-50s, but this time they have a bit of a gap to close in here, and they're not trying to take that pressure from the triple take that they're getting pinged down with.
It's white armors here for Neanderthals as they're trying to make their cross, and they know that the players are isolated, right? And they realize that one player was playing off of market side, and so they're trying to run down to where they have the advantage, and they're chasing down one player who's made his way up to the top of construction here. The scan out will make them realize that it's actually 2 players in the area right now. So we'll see as they continue to push up. You can see Mooney dropping down to join back up with Petty Boss and Cody. That still leaves him a bit isolated, hitting that Q to get out, and they just gave him the ring around there as they just completely swapped positions. Neanderthals on top of construction, and now we're gonna see the rest of My Neck, My Back go for a looting path up north.
And Run Me Yo Pockets took a page out of the Spider-Man book here, just was crawling right on top of the side of the building here, and My Neck, My Back just getting out of that situation said, all right, you guys could think that we're trying to contest here, but we're just dipping out of this situation. They also have the replicator there if they need, but I like this loot that I'm seeing here from Mooney. He's got that gold extended light mag to work off of with the R301, so that's going to be amazing pressure for Mooney to put down if they are going to get contested here, and it looks like, Jamerson, we got a Southern Circle pulling in for this game 4.
Okay, so that's nice. It is pulling down quite heavily. It looks like it is indicating towards not quite launch site. It's going to be a tree ending, if anything. We haven't seen a second beacon scan. There's just been too much action that's been taking place here. Another fight early on, though. Alistera Asteria are already set up here. That tree is they're dropping as Team Dab make their way into tree side. They're on the eastern edge, and so they have to, of course, focus on the teams that are going to be rotating in from the eastern side, from that lava siphon side, and they're already doing a great job of it.
And they even see there's a squad already that has used the redeploy, and call me surprised here, it's CLG, but look at this pressure that they were forced to take in the middle of that redeploy here too. They're just going to heal up, but it looks like there is a flanker coming off to their left here. CLG needs to be careful. They're taking a lot of pressure, but this is exactly the playstyle that CLG feels comfortable using with their composition. They have the Caustic. They're going to be able to secure the inside of those buildings at tree, but they won't be able to deny any scans if there is a beacon off to the western side of tree, where it sometimes is right there close to the border of thermal station.
Yeah, the nice thing about that position is just that you really only have to worry about the push from the eastern side from that connecting area over by launch site. And so they can put a large bulk of their focus of barrels on the western part of their building and then just keep eyes here on the east instead. So CLG, once again, finding that high priority spot for them. The other one is actually this spot that Nano is trying to focus fire right now, this cart on the high ground. The thing is, this is a great spot if you're playing it with a lot of teams that are trying to play center zone, but right now there aren't that many teams playing center zone. There's actually Team Era on the edge getting taken out. It's Rolla Theory Wizzy once again with the sniper, handing that kill onto Deridium. We're down to 18 squads already. Round one just began closing.
Yeah, really impressive to see how volatile it's been so far for a lot of these squads. It doesn't seem like any of the pacing here, Jamerson, has slowed down, even though we're in our halfway point here through our games for the winners bracket. And Rolla Theory walking away with that KP. They're also going to be able to get some information on that beacon. And repping the crypto, we saw McNuggy Butt earlier on, just in the end of last game, and we saw that EMP coming up too, which it didn't really do them justice because all these teams are so fixated on destroying that drone. But that's one of our only squads, I believe, that is running the crypto, which you could get the scan on the beacon without overcommitting. So that's going to be important for them too.
Yeah, they're running into the same problems a lot of crypto teams ran into in the past. It's just that the execution with a crypto EMP is actually much harder than it looks if you don't have like a phase breach or a wraith portal to really back it up, right? Once you get that initial EMP damage onto the shields, you need to instantly be able to jump on top of the rest of the squad. In the last game, they got over aggressive. They tried to chase down I believe it was Team Dumpers, ended up running into Washed as well, and just everything went south for them. As that crypto squad, you need to be able to properly scout before you go for these fights, and they just didn't take the time for it.
In the heat of the moment, it could be so intense here. Oh, we're driving. Where are we going? Where's my Uber driver taking me? I'm not too sure here, but we see Mooney, Cody, and Petty with their rotations. It's my neck, my back that are trying to prioritize getting on top of this hill here. They could overlook any of the squads that may be rotating from their north, actually, from Harvester. So they are going to be able to note maybe they want to just take the longer rotation because it looks like they actually were able to see RCO, who are hanging right on the other side of this hill, and they're taking some shots too. So they're making a lot of noise that definitely just indicated to my neck, my back to just take the longer rotation from behind.
Yeah, they might have caught out Sleepy Panda, maybe seen him on that bridge there. But this is a very favorite spot for RCL. They love playing over by the fence line for these circles. When it comes down to Tree Nightmare, though, continuing to try and poke out and try and take the rest of this building away from Team Asteria. It's still going to be a difficult thing. As you can see, the caustic barrels are slowly getting crept up on by Washi.
The guys are just looking at each other right now. It's a stare off here currently. You see Washi is just going to create some real estate for their squad. He is not going to be moving forward, but he's daring them to try to do something about that caustic trap because he has them in their line of sight. He's got that flatline with that purple mag too. He's got the Nox grenade, so looks like Nightmare is going to be sharing this building with that other squad.
Yeah, they cannot be looking for a fight right now. Washi is still waiting on the cooldowns for his barrels. He's got, looks like 2 down for the time being. And so they need to make sure that he has full utility for these, as it looks like it was a kidnapped attempt, but nothing really coming of it. And you can see Washi now. He's going to have to reset up these barrels, get set up for himself. There we go. Throwing one more down. But again, they can't be looking to fight right here. You need to wait to have full control over your building before you get involved in this 3v3.
And with a lot of that noise too, that's just indicating to these other squads within the area of Tree. Again, we saw that ALG already took some real estate over to that side building. They have that entire building to themselves. But then they also see here that they're hearing some of the noise going down from right below them. They're not going to be giving that up, but it's Dab who's on the other side here, also seeing some of the action that's been going on. And look at the circle that we're going to be seeing here too. Some of these squads already have that scan, but it's surprising to see that there's still 2 squads in that northern part of zone that are going to be making their way over to the south soon.
And the thing is, Dab need that loot. They need Nightmare and Asteria to fight because they're running low already on ammo for one of their guns. I forget which one it was, but we saw about 100 ammo for one of their guns. And so now RCL forced out of position as a defensive bombardment goes down on top of them without almost any warning here. Sleepy Panda got tagged up, and he's going to be forced to queue back to his squad. A decent Thermite is going to keep that squad at bay as they answer back with a defensive bombardment of their own, forcing out that bubble. Missile Storm's a little early there, but it's all about keeping this team here contained, but they are let loose now. Holiday tries to go for that free fire, but he's gonna fall back to Nano, but he somehow gets tagged as he's getting chased down. Holiday left down to about 20 HP. The port will be used, but it's not enough. It's Neanderthals that were able to get on top of them and get that knock.
The way that they just play that so aggressively, though, it's no surprise. This is still the same squad that we see take on those early fights over Fragment, now trying to take on a fight here, trying to close in the gap. They've essentially just pushed out RCO out of their own comfort position. You were highlighting it before, Jamerson. They love to be in that area because they have that high ground, but now they're forced to play in those trucks right below them. And now you can see another fight going down over on the other side. It's going to be launch site that's already getting contested with Onyx Gaming still playing this very passively. Love to play by the edge of circle. You can see that being displayed here.
And they've got the double, the triple blues, but on the other side, Nightmare, or I mean, not Nightmare, Last Minute are not too far off with triple purples. If they see this, there's an opportunity for them to try and push. Of course, it is going to be difficult with all these caustics in play, with all these barrels, the nades narrowly missing out. Onyx Gaming doing a great job of just avoiding a lot of this damage for now. So Onyx Gaming will be able to survive. They just need to reset up these barrels for themselves, as that's a pretty decent trade for them, actually, forcing out nades while only giving up barrels in exchange.
Yeah, just got to wait it out and just put down some more barrels here. Onyx Gaming is not going to allow them to push very easily. And it's so difficult, too, when you have that caustic composition and it's the opposing team. You need to understand here what kind of pressure you're going to be forcing your team in if they do try to push this. So Onyx Gaming is going to control this building without getting contested. And you can see here, Matt is also looking at the other side to prevent any of those squads from rotating away from Lava Siphon into the northern side of launch site.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly strong for them. If this fight takes off, I mean, you have to imagine Starfighter are going to instantly want to come in for the third party. They need to start finding some kill points. They need to start making up some ground up against the rest of the lobby. They're currently sitting in 4th place, 10 points down from literally vibing, 20 points down from CLG. So they need to find some kill points for themselves here. While they have been pretty consistent across the last 3 games, you're still looking for better than 8 points per game average here. So we'll see if they try and turn the screws onto these teams.
Trying to get into a position here. It's Casuals now that are making their rotation from that low ground. They have the intel for that next circle here too. So looking like they are going to be able to have a good amount of Evo Shield and leverage here, just trying to approach from that low ground. But you noted before that RCO were trying to hold on to those train tracks too, right before Neanderthals pushed them off. So now they have to worry about Neanderthals and RCO who were able to reset off to the right.
They can creep up into this one and just walk into Lava Siphon, the ring pulling up that way now. Casuals sitting in a pretty decent spot. It doesn't seem like any other teams are really going to be rotating in from the northern side. We saw basically the large funnel going over towards that fence side that RCO was playing off of. So Casuals are actually just getting a free walk-in with this one, as Neanderthals now are trying to creep up. They've taken some damage. Blitzen is isolated by himself right now, and he's kind of disjointed from the rest of his squad. He needs to take the time to heal up, but looks like the rest of his squad is still covering him. They're making sure no one's able to advance. So he gets a free bat off for now, and they'll be able to maintain this position. Take a look at that ring pull. It's going away from Tree, so even CLG will be forced to move.
Yeah, it's pulling mostly towards launch side here. That's going to be very interesting. And look at the amount of teams here in this area. I believe those other half of those teams are actually on the other side of the rock here. But Dumper still sees that there is another squad right here behind him. I'm getting some PTSD here looking at the way that Dumpers had played a very similar building here in the Challenger Circuit. Moaners are going to be the ones sharing that real estate. They get a nice shot with that Mastiff, immediately changing some of that attention here. They need to duel some of this damage to rack up these evil shields. But you can see here, Kodagami not having an issue, but taking that 2v1 is going to be detrimental for him as he goes down.
Yeah, it's down to a 2v2, but Kimchi Lee needs to heal up. Are there any nades from the Moaners side? They just keep giving up door control, and it's open for free. Demi hits another big one, and that's just Team Dumpers getting knocked out. Moaners picks up a huge team fight win just in time. They'll have a minute to reset and then decide how they want to rotate in with this ring. Luckily for them, they do have that Valkyrie. Hopefully, she has that redeploy for them to get them across the mountain, because trying to push up that hill against some sort of resistance at this late in the game could be so detrimental. Another team that's running into a little bit of resistance is Neanderthals as they're walking their way on in for the next zone. Plenty of cover, though, as they move from rock, and we know that RCO isn't too far off. Last time we saw them, they were playing inside of that cart. Might have been their port to actually get out.
Yeah, and that was so important here, too, because you could see Neanderthals really wanted to take out RCO here, because looking at their loot, it's not so great. I believe Borden also only had like 40 reserved ammunition for that flight line, and now looking at Run Mio pockets, it's the same case here, where he's got 25 bullets still saved up. CLG with a redeploy, though, wasting no time to reposition, but this is the risk here. Those redeploys late game could be so scary, but they're not met with any resistance. They're just right outside the bunker, and they also have that Nox grenade just in case that squad wants to push them.
I believe it's Team Starterfight that has control over the inside of this building, and so CLG will just be renting a spot out here on the eastern edge of it. Barrel's already getting pre-popped as well, and CLG getting some decent damage off. Might look to try and get aggressive here, but they've got to be careful. A lot of nades still in store. The start of fight are tossing them out, trying to force them back. You can see now here on the northern side of the zone, with the ring closing in, Neanderthals have to make their way on in. Decent scan out from Blitzen. Realizes that entire building is held by a squad right now. And what is their plan? It looks like they can just hold out here for another spot. It looks like that ping is in the next zone, so it looks like it's just going to be a passive holding position for Neanderthals.
I believe I saw on the feed that RCO was met with resistance, so maybe trying to get away from that truck. So that's going to be an indicator right here for Neanderthals to nope. But last minute, too, now in another fight here, does get that knock first. They come out in the top, and they do manage to find Petty Boss. Actually, they clean him up quickly, just back off to try to reset here. But you could see right now, I believe it's Onyx Gaming that is still inside there with blue Evos.
Yeah, Onyx Gaming haven't had much opportunity to try and poke out, unfortunately. They've just been stuck inside. I can't imagine that start a fight we're peeking out too often. There are very few opportunities for them to try and charge that up. But right now, it's last minute. Trying to pick up this last kill. I believe that's only Cody left for them, as Luda is going to find an angle here with that port as they drop down to finish off the rest of the squad. Mooney was actually still alive, but they do get the finish off on to my neck, my back, but now they're getting third party. But Luda's port comes in big, gets him back just in time. He might have to bubble for this. Nope, the missile storm actually gets the knock.
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh my goodness, the timing now. Moaners wasting no time now. See, Dini has been popping off, but look right behind them. Is that Onyx Gaming now finally poking their heads out in this fight? It seems so, but they've lost Dini in the process. Now, Moaners may need to just back up from this fight for right now. The defensive bombardment has been called in here too, so Moaners are just going in for the reset. They were not expecting Onyx Gaming to just start poking from right there. Maybe that was them or another squad from afar. We saw that CLG also took a positioning from right across the field.
At some point, Onyx Gaming just needs to let Moaners finish off last minute there, but instead, they're actually being afforded the opportunity to go for the reset. Now things are looking a little bit dicey. The ring is pulling away. It's going to be pulling over towards that start of fight position. You can see now Moaners are setting up for this Valkyrie redeploy, but where are they going to land? We know that CLG is holding the eastern bunker door. There's not going to be too many spots for them to play off of.
I wonder if they're going to delay here, just maybe get some intel. They see another squad actually redeploying off to their left here, and they're landing right on top of CLG. I'm not too sure if they're aware, but if they don't commit here, they're just going to be stuck between two squads.
Oh, and you can see that they had to kind of swerve away from that one, as on the northwest side, a big scramble. Lots of ultimates going down as Double O Negative is forced off of that high ground now. Bubble coming out as well. You can see so many teams have piled up here, but it seems like they've actually dropped down onto 3. Another full squad. Dab drops down on top of them. Dab are losing out on the HP department, though, as Draco's is still alive, but not for long. Blight will go ahead and pick off Double O Negative at the very least, but that's only a knock. The Neanderthals are knocked out. We're now down to 11 squads.
Running late, living this as a rat right here. You could see if maybe they could get Kuzme, but they can't. There was just so much action happening in this corner. Where can you hide other than that crate off to your right? But with just a grenade, you are going to be out of there. It's Asteria that want a piece of the action. Where was this going on, this party? Where was my party invite? He must have gotten lost in the mail here, because now Asteria are racking up so much KP off of just cleaning up shop from that fight.
You've got a decent amount of kills. They've got LKM stuck on the fence line, and along with, I believe, what was that, Roller Theory, stuck in the car just outside as well. So 3 teams stuck here on the northern edge. You can see the pings going down from LKM. It's hard to tell because of the HUD error where this next zone is going to be pulling, but you have to imagine it's probably away from LKM, and you're really looking at that bunker on the north side of launch site for the final ending.
Yeah, I'm also thinking here that high ground spot that is right south of Lava Siphon, that very tall area where we've seen a lot of these squads just kind of hold on to that position, also was able to just get so much pressure going in. And Onyx Gaming, this is the squad that has been in this position all game long. They've managed to put in some pressure from afar, but they have not really overcommitted. You could see here that they're lacking on the KP department, but they still have been able to put in some damage.
And we've seen from CLG, if you just make it to the late game, that can be easily 9 points for you, along with a +12 if you get the dub. Now their first point of resistance, they have to deal with the squad right outside, and they're forcing them back at the very least. They've got the barrels down, but they might need more, as Cheesy Potato needs serious help. Will need to heal up, and now here comes the zone pressuring them. Washi throwing down a barrel of his own. Team Nightmare just going to slowly choke them out, forcing out an early bubble, and this should just be Nightmare taking the team fight win. You can see how diligent they are about getting rid of all these barrels, but what was that? You try to go for that missile swarm, you end up just getting punished. Aim God gets the knock. There's a second one, a Nightmare. Only lose out on Aim God, but will they be able to get the res onto him? It looks like he might just bleed out to the ring. Oh, he gets safe in. Aim God is alive.
Oh, crawling their way in there for victory here too, because they managed to live, but did somebody else just come in and clean them up here? CLG now have taken control from inside the bunker. They originally had to redeploy from the outside, and now they're putting in some pressure here too. Look like for some of these squads that have had to rotate away from Lava Siphon into launch site, that's the resistance that they didn't want to be met with. And you can see right here, Sykes and Garrett holding onto the low ground, last minute just finding an opportunity to try to crawl into the bunker themselves.
It's the 5 final squads remaining here. I believe Asteria is still alive on the northern side, unless they decided to use Valkyrie deploy, and that might have been it. Or is that them on the other side of the rocks? Never mind. Looks like they might have moved, as it's CLG right now. They have the center of this building, but they still have to deal, surprisingly enough, with team start a fight. Neither team really trying to full commit onto this one. Team Nightmare, though, setting up for liftoff, as we still have another 2 seconds for this late push, but here it is. CLG making the push onto start a fight. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, as Vatro does go down for Aves. Crummy falls next, but CLG will finish off start a fight. It was not a clean one. That's the third party coming in, and that will be Roller Theory picking up those kills. But oh boy, they're treated to a third party of their own. Multiple squads showing up, but from either end. Wizzy's gonna hit his Q for now, but how long can he survive for?
That's what happens right here. CLG wanted to avoid all that, but thanks to that third party, they actually get to quickly reset right here, Jamerson. All they have to really worry about is their backs, and we saw that Nightmare had actually gone for the redeploy since they were stuck between the circle here. And now with this bombardment, it's going to be a clear field view for CLG to take this fight. You see Nightmare winning this trade. They have so many shield swaps in their favor right here too. So that redeploy coming in favor for them to try to get in on this action.
They're stuck on the low ground there, and Krizik needs time to heal up. It's still the zone that's slow, that's moving in right now. Nightmares get that full reset for themselves, but it is literally an uphill battle. CLG, small hiccup in game number 3, but here they are once again in the top of the lobby. Can they secure a third win of the day? Looks like eventually CLG will be forced out first. There's the bubble out and instantly zone controlled by those barrels, pre-popping it as well. Malice Mamba backs off to the rest of his squad. You can see why you need the caustic suit for these fights. Mamba has to swap off onto the purple armor as they're still playing behind that bubble on the other side, but Nano gets the first knock. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Vatro is getting flames right there, but oh no, Aim God goes down, and now it's a 1v2 for CLG to take the third game, their third game of the day.
And I love the way they played that circle, too. You saw that they were able to get aggressive. They just were not going to wait for the very end. They knew that Nightmare was the last of the squad for them to contest, and they were able to get that KP, just letting it come to them instead of seeking it out themselves. And now CLG with another win in their pocket for today.
Yeah, so it looks like game number 3 was just a small hiccup for them as they were able to instantly back up. And honestly, these late game macro plays for them has been working out so well. They're getting a lot of free positions that typically you wouldn't. We saw that first rotate coming out from them where they got that tree building for absolutely free. And then was it zone number 3 where they rotated into launch site, another free rotate for them. So it looks like they've got a really good read on the lobby, especially the early aggression that we're seeing in the lobby.
And knowing when to redeploy is so important here too, especially for the middle to late game, because that's when you feel the most resistance when it comes to securing your own position for that final circle. So CLG, not meeting any resistance, have been able to just take a lot of these spots as free real estate here, and they're going to keep doing that moving forward. Looking at their game plan, this is what's worked out for them. Game number 3, again, they just were caught out of position by dumpers, and now game number 4, they came back and they secured another win.
A great bounce back there in game number 4, which means we have 2 games left to go. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 after this. Welcome back, guys, to the Apex Legends Global Series. This is the North American qualifiers for split number 2, as we're in the first round of the winners bracket. Already 4 games done, and it's been CLG has been standing up top basically all day long with 3 games won after 4 games.
Yeah, they have been so consistent, also just racking up the amount of kills by the end of the game. They know it's just going to come to them, but the fact is that Game 3, they just did not have a strong start there. They unfortunately fell down with 18th place with no kills, so they had to make up for it in game number 4, and that's exactly what they did, Jamerson, taking another win. That is 3 wins for CLG alone within our total 6 games that we are going to be having throughout the rest of the day.
But keeping pace with them basically game for game has been last minute and start of fights that have consistently found themselves basically in like the top 5 almost every single round as well. And so they cannot rest on their laurels. They still need a very strong finish with the last 2 games here. We saw here last minute, this was one of the teams that was keeping pace, but this was probably one of their worst performances of the day so far for last minute, as they ended up getting third partied right after that engagement.
Yeah, and Last Minute is one of those teams that have been very consistent right behind CLG. They just finished winning game number 3 where they ended with 9 kills. But that's the one thing to kind of differentiate both Last Minute and CLG is that Last Minute has been playing very aggressively in conjunction to their positioning. So that's what's really helped them out. But is it enough when at the end of the day, it's CLG that has been racking up so many of these points just by securing the victory, by positioning themselves properly? With that redeploy, it's really helped them out. And I think the one thing that they're doing differently than a lot of our other squads that we see with their own redeploys is that they're doing it very early on. If they see they're not in the circle, they immediately retaliate by just redeploying and getting right back into the position that they want to be met with. But the thing is, no one's kind of forcing them out when they land here, Jamerson.
Yeah, and then I said, worst performance for last minute, but I mean, they've been averaging at least 3rd place, or we're securing 3rd place at the very least, leading into game number 3. But there they went down a little bit earlier. Team and Nightmare, unfortunately, were not able to basically hold off the CLG push. It was a good coordinated bubble out from them as they made it on over, and they were able to play expertly behind their barrels, behind their bubbles for as long as they could. And I love that they were able to basically turn around the position. They were the ones that were stuck in that office and had to jump out, and then it was Nightmare that were left scrambling.
And wondering here after this performance from CLG, just trying to get their foot back in after a kind of weak game number 3. Now they take the victory here and they finish it with 8 kills too. So that's another 20 points going in their favor. And that's going to allow them to skyrocket up and try to kind of secure that space between themselves and Last Minute. Because Last Minute, they're probably right behind them since beforehand, right before we got into this game number 4, Last Minute had secured that 1st place overall spot with 49 points and CLG sitting down at 44 points.
I could be wrong, but I believe there was a 5-point discrepancy with last minute with a 5-point lead heading into game number 4, and with the fact that they were able to frag out that hard, that actually ties them. I don't know what the exact total is, but it should be a tie between CLG and last minute, and it's all up to the saving graces of last minute being incredibly consistent. It was a 3rd place in game 1, it was a 3rd place in game 2, and then 4th place here, along with the kills that they picked up, that allows them to keep pace with CLG so far. And so it's amazing that despite CLG getting 3 wins, that's 36 points off of placements alone, last minute are still tied with them.
And that's with Last Minute getting 4th place too. You talk about that consistency. Sure, it wasn't 3rd, but 4th place still with those 10 kills is going to allow Last Minute to feel that momentum going into these last 2 games that we have within our winners bracket.
And these 2 teams, I feel like, are now starting to really pull away from the rest of the pack. I mean, I'd imagine after the first half, we felt that they were pretty comfortable in securing the top 10. But right now, it's I think, a point of pride. Who's going to end up the top of the leaderboard here with 2 games left to go? The rest of the lobby are starting to feel the pressure now, especially the bottom 10.
Yeah, and just to reiterate here, those bottom 10 teams are going to be going down to the losers bracket, which is going to be happening later today. So they're going to be playing a next set of 6 more games, and then the top 10 teams advance to the finals for tomorrow with advanced starting points. So that's what the point is here for CLG and Last Minute, to try to duke it out so that way they could start off really strong going into the finals tomorrow.
And I think one point that we have to really kind of hone in on, CLG and Last Minute, between the 2 of them, they have 128 points. They are basically monopolizing all the points in the lobby, which means that on the low end, that the teams there on the bottom 10 are not separated by that much. That means a win by any of our bottom 10 teams in our last 2 games can secure them a spot in the winner bracket finals. And so there is room for a Hail Mary play to secure a top 10 in this lobby. But here we go. It's our final 2 games of the day. Game number 5 into the books as we launch once again onto World's Edge.
Love to see it. I love how volatile it's going to seem to be, like looking at that lower end of the leaderboards. But now we got a lot of our squads here feeling comfortable going on to game number 5, where I feel like game 5 is going to be the most important game for a lot of these teams, whether they know where they're currently standing in the leaderboards, how they play rather aggressively, and of course these beacon controls that we're already seeing right here on the northern part of Fragment. It's going to be really important to know where a lot of these circles are going to be pulling, because I believe that last game was our first south circle that we've seen all day today, Jamerson.
Yeah, once again, back to that 50-50 over here at Fragment West, and I like how My Neck, My Back are playing this. It's a little aggressive, it's a bit scary, but they're cutting off the loot. You can see it's only the 2 buildings that Neanderthals are able to take up there on the northern side of Sky, but another 50-50 actually taking place, running late, running into some resistance here. Slatason is able to pick up 1 kill onto them, and Alvali might be the next one to fall.
And this is what you're saying earlier, too. You were looking at Dome, and you ask it, you will be pleased here, Jamerson, because it's running late that her seeing this early fight. And Onyx Gaming still sticking to their playstyle, where they're just trying to play this methodically, play this slowly, try to hug the outside of circle more than anything. And it's been working out for them in their favor, because they're kind of trying to take a page out of the CLG book here. So Onyx Gaming going to do something very similar to this, as maybe they're getting a whiff of some of the fighting going off to the right, happening by Dome.
Yeah, so Arrow will be able to pick up at least 1 kill for now. We'll see if they can pick up more here. As I can't imagine there's too many spots for that last player to run. I mean, it would basically have to run into Lava City at this point, in which another full 3-man is waiting for you. So a decent pickup for Team Arrow right now, as they're going to continue their loot path. It's not too bad for them. They've already picked up double blues, and they've got the replicator as well. So if they want to take their time here, they can probably walk away with purples here.
Yeah, what I really like here, too, we're looking at Duridium, and he's got the purple mag already on the R301, too. So aside from those blue Evo shields, they're looking pretty happy with those attachments on their guns, too. So they're going to be able to loot up a lot more often here as they finish up looting up the lot. And the Rolla Theory, as we take a look at what's been going on in their neck of the woods, still repping the crypto. We were talking a little bit about that composition where it allows them to get those beacons without overcommitting. But those EMPs haven't really been coming in clutch for Rolla Theory as much as they want to. They had a great performance last game, and now they want to replicate that here at Geyser. And we get a look at our next circle now, Jamerson. It's pulling more so to the north this time around, but it is hugging that middle border where you can see some of these squads in the south are going to be fighting over control from Geyser.
Yeah, this one is so difficult to call because it could be Geyser, it could pull over towards Overlook, it could even pull into the connecting tunnel right here that Roll Theory are walking through. And so I like that maybe they do try to control that, but the fact that they don't have a caustic makes it that much more difficult. CLG starting to move in now, looking for their early spot. They've been cut off. LKM had a little bit more priority onto it. So LKM are going to move all the way to the back pocket that was left open actually by Roller Theory.
And now they are going to be able to take this real estate over this building. And with their composition and a nice beamage of the charge rifle, Turns was forced to turn around a little bit, just take a little bit of double take. And CLG may get beamed by the same charge rifle as they're about to approach a team fight off to the right. Rifle Turns was forced to turn around a little bit, just take a little bit of double take. And CLG may get beamed by the same charge rifle as they're about to approach a team fight off to the right.
Oh, they've got to be careful. They're actually just putting themselves into a sandwich right now. We know that Roller Theory was just in these tunnels, and it looked like LKM turned around to try and give them a nice little love tap on their way out. And so CLG will go ahead and run the middle between Overlook and Geyser for this circle as we get our first EMP of the game. It's Team Dab. I actually feel that one, but Roller Theory not quite ready to push in yet.
What's crazy here is, though, with that EMP, that's some noise to indicate to CLG that there is a squad on the other side of the tunnel. If they do get into that early skirmish with that squad, LKM holding onto that building, that's going to allow Roller Theory to know that there is a fight happening over there. So now Roller Theory, they are going to take control over this building. Doesn't look like there is a beacon here and no name. So Roller Theory just looking to see where they can make their next moves in terms of this rotation, because it's another one of those squads that do like to hug the edge of circle, but they're noting that there is a care package up ahead with some players up ahead to meet them too. So another redeploy coming in from another squad leaving Fragment.
It's a little unfortunate right now that they're still sitting on double whites, but the crypto EMP should come up. They know that there's a full 3-man, and so they should be able to get another full EMP connect. So if they want to, they can swap around the armors. They still have the whites, and so if they get a full connect, that's going to be a blue armor each time they EMP Dab over here. And so Dab, they're gonna be griefed for a while. For like next 4 or 5 minutes, they're just gonna be receiving EMPs on EMPs. Moners, though, making their way on over towards Trials. It looks like no one started that one up, so it might be free loot for them. Never mind, there is a squad here as Moners start chasing after them. And beautiful Arkstar will go ahead and slow down that push. It's literally vibing on the other side of this one, but they've already backed off. They are into the open fields, and they can funnel them and just have easy lines of sight onto this team as they try to push out.
And it looks like they were able to get that gold Evo too coming out of Trials, so they're just opting to rotate right from the other side here of Trials without trying to get pinched by the squad. That squad is not going to try to contest them here, maybe opting to just go for the circle themselves too, but it is ring 1, so it's not like you're taking too much pressure here, and literally Vibing knows what's at stake, so they are just going to go in for the rotations instead. This again has been one of our most consistent teams of the day, and they want to keep replicating that with the last 2 games on the line.
Yeah, I mean, you've already had, 3 or 4 really good games in a row. And so it's about not throwing it. It's about securing the top 10 for yourself. Right now, Team Nightmare, they found their way into an overlook tunnel. And so this is one of the squads that's currently coexisting with CLG inside. It's majority controlled by CLG. You can see the strength of those barrels when you're trying to control all of the tunnels. You can see you can just leave the breadcrumbs behind you, and if any team ends up walking up and pops one of those barrels, it's kind of like an early detection system.
Yep, just gotta get that alarm system going on. You can see right now, though, Overlook getting contested by 3 teams here who have gotten whiff of where that next circle is going to be pulling, but it's not going to really encapsulate fully on Overlook. You can see that some of these teams now rotating away from Climatizer may be met with some resistance, looking at Washed, who have been able to get so much out of landing over at Climatizer. You can see repping full purples here too, and also some intel here if there's any squads running into their line of sight, rotating away from the epicenter to Climatizer area.
Bad boys do have to be careful in trying to hold out Washed here. They have to realize that there's a Valkyrie and a Horizon on the other side. So Promos is a little bit vulnerable playing up top by himself. Their doors have already been griefed as well. And so this position is a lot more fragile than it looks. They might have to be ready to try and back away to the other buildings inside Overlook. And it looks like they're already going to make that move early. For LKM, though, remember, this was the squad that cut off CLG before CLG ultimately ended cutting them off and taking that tunnel, but LKM are happy in this spot. They have the Valkyrie, and so if the ring doesn't pull down here towards Geyser, they'll just have the Valkyrie redeployed to get across to the other side of the mountain.
And they have no issue with that here, too. It's just a matter of landing in that position where CLG has also been able to get away with these redeploys. Let's see if last minute could do something similar here. And they also have the Prowler, too, coming in from Big Mod. So that's something to note here as last minute just trying to make their next moves. They see where that circle is going to go, but we don't know where that next circle is going to be pulling just yet. It doesn't look like we have the intel from the survey beacons, but CLG are still holding on to this tunnel. And like you were saying before, these caustic traps kind of act like an alarm system to let CLG know when somebody is going to try to contest them. But it doesn't look like any of those squads want to give up those buildings that are currently in Geyser, because it's really hard to decide whether that circle is going to prioritize Geyser or if it is going to still stay around No Name and Overlook.
Yeah, it's a even split, right? And like half of the lobby is up here on the north side, and the rest of the lobby is down there on the south side. And speaking of the lobby, no one has gone down yet. We're still at 20 squads, 59 players. And so with 2 games left to go, every team understands the stakes these last 2 games. They cannot throw. They need a game where they put up any points. 10 points would be basically what they're aiming for at this spot as Bad Boys go for that redeploy onto the backside of Overlook.
Oh, and this is what I was saying too. Usually in these 5th games, you see a lot of these squads picking up the momentum with the grenades. Bro, they're just trying to dance around it. They got the bombardment, but they have the shield to work with here, Jamerson. They have the dome, so Bad Boys is trying to play the bottom part of this tank, so that way start a fight does not get some of those early pokes now. See, Matt still with the white Evo shield too. They're just trying to find an angle here, but a nice grenade right there. The Arkstar managing to break 2 in the process.
See, Crummy tried to get the snare as well. Not quite able to, but now Matt Pickett, just narrowly misses the ledge there. We'll be able to get right back on top and try to force some more pressure onto that squad. He gets cracked himself as Crummy is hitting up this bat, but oh no! He's brought down to about 10 HP. Now he needs the help of Aves. The rest of the squad needs to show up. Bad Boys are trying to punish him, and they will. They get a knockout to Matt Pickett, and now it's a 3v2 for the Bad Boys.
And that was because Zednim also could contest him as he is also on the Valkyrie. He was just able to fly over to the other tank, take him out, and now Bad Boys are going to be able to run around, being able to pick up Matt Pickett as some KP. But then they were the ones in the disadvantage in the first place here, Jamerson. So now that's going to be good news for Bad Boys as they're also going to be able to take this spot as theirs.
I want to see how aggressive they get. Do they continue to push on to the rest of Start a Fight, who have backed away? And I like this refocus coming out from them. Instead of trying to focus on getting Matt Pickett back, they can actually try and steal away some of these kills. You can see Woolsey picks up a couple there throughout all of that fighting. And it looks like we might have our first squad going down in just a moment. Down to 56 players left. Now, Crummy, he has the phase breach. Does he go for that banner?
Wondering here what they're going to end up doing. He has the white, or rather the blue Evo, but now just manages to level it up to purple here. So just going to heal up, see what the opportunity is, as Bad Boys was still kind of hanging around that area, as they still are actually right now. They're just going to be able to take that real estate. You see Aves just going to sit pretty in this building. It doesn't look like they want to get that banner here. They don't want to risk giving up that building spot too, because they know that the moment they try to kind of push in there, Ziffer is going to be able to get some whiff of that and try to maybe take that building instead. But RCO Esports have now heard of the fighting going down over here by Overlook, and they want in on the action. So now they're going to be able to take this high ground position to see where some of these squads are currently situated in.
Yeah, it's still a passive position for them. They're holding down on the platform just outside of Overlook, and it's Sleepy Panda who really does love to try and limit test with this Wraith, and he gets away with a lot, surprisingly enough, for RCO. Now, today hasn't been the greatest of days for RCO, but they're still on the good side of the leaderboard so far, I believe, as we are now getting the Valkyrie deploys out. Era Tech Candy might go down, and he will. That leaves Slad and Duridium just left falling there. Surprisingly enough, they don't get shot mid-air, but it's just a matter of time. You can see Aiden the Destroyer wants to get on top of them. Arrow will lose out on one more. That's Blitzen Born coming in for the third party, so the Moaners not able to pick up much there, unfortunately. They at least survive.
Yeah, they used the dome at the start too, so the moment that they saw that Tech Candy got knocked down, that they weren't going to be able to put that dome down to either get that res or even get some space to reset. Now Washed in the middle of it are going to be able to try to push in here. You see Zerbo still on that horizon, has found so much success. They find that knock though onto Aiden, and you can see Jay Lowen in some trouble, but they push down in the dome, and now they're the ones controlling all that space. Washed walk away with that KP. They've been playing so aggressive now in these later games that I'm loving what I'm seeing here, as Washed has cut off so many rotations for a lot of these squads.
Yeah, hard pull up towards that no-name side for our squads, and right now Washed again able to make it basically to the mid game here. We're in round number 3. This is the slowest game that we've had so far, surprisingly enough. 18 squads left, 50 players remaining. Neanderthal still alive as well. And now, what are the teams down here on the south side going to do? You can see that Team Dumpers are stuck down here with Onyx Gaming, and Team Dumpers, we've seen them in the last 3 games. They've been wanting to get aggressive. They've been trying to get these early kill points, and so Onyx Gaming, they have to be wary of this positioning.
Yeah, we saw actually earlier on, you were calling it out, Jamerson, Fulzy being able to get 2 knocked with the triple take, so Dumpers are still able to get that KP, but their placements has just not been kind of showing off what the squad could really do here. And now Asteria, they're making their moves over by this choke point closer to Geyser. They're getting shot at from a squad by Overlook, but they're not going to let them phase them. They hear some squads trying to heal up from right down here, but with this high ground positioning, he can still put into this pressure. Here comes Drago with those wingman shots.
Yeah, Born will go down to that, and Drago instantly pushes up Asteria. They know that it's the last 2 games. They know that they need to chase down these kills, and they will be able to pick that up at the very least, as Alazura is going to go ahead and cover his squad from that height on top of the building. And now this is the difficult part, climbing back up that hill. But I think Alazura might have done enough, and yeah, he has been able to put on that pressure to allow them to climb up for free. Surprisingly enough, meeting no resistance, and now they're the ones to try and play gatekeeper here from this position.
This is a great spot here, too, because this is a choke point spot where a lot of squads don't know whether to take the 50-50, whether they feel comfortable holding on to Geyser or by No-Nate here. You can see already another fight starting up by Asteria. Ooh. They want to rack up this KP. Great shots coming in from the longbow from Reverium. He wants to keep this up, but now having to play by the rock because there's still that squad that's shooting at them from No-Name. But look at these longbow shots coming in, Jamerson. He wants to try to finish that off, but he loses his evil shield in the process.
Yeah, they do have this big rock to play off of, though, and so they will be able to survive for now, taking the moment to reset Drago has to be careful, but it looks like he does not want to relent on the pressure. They're getting oxshard themselves as that zone is ticking away on one of them. It's Dab on the other side of this one as Asteria are able to make it in safely without losing anyone. It's Dab, who we saw here early on, and they have not had to move whatsoever. Throughout all of that, we saw CLG on the kill feed as well, so they're still involved here in the top 11. Onyx Gaming, though, might be on the ropes as, yeah, Cheesy Potato is now the only one left for squad.
And that was RCO too, putting down a lot of that pressure from that passive position that we were seeing here. You see Drago now just getting into the thick of it. The Caustic Nox grenade has been unleashed here, controlling so much of that space outside the dome. Dab now forced out of their positioning. They're still finishing some of these kills, but look at that, everyone was broken already. So Blight walks away with some of that KP, could get the res here too, but don't forget, RCO did have line of sight over this fight, and they were putting in a lot of pressure earlier on.
We're actually able to get the reset, got the res as well. Phoenix hiding inside. 9 squads remaining now, and Dab pick up some much needed loot. Remember, they got into this position so early on. Roller Theory getting pushed, and that's Washed. That will clean them up. I believe Washed also took out My Neck, My Back. Amboy not having the opportunity to heal up quite yet, and Zerbo has a beautiful gravity lift to make sure they can't push through that door, but they are now getting flanked. That's going to be Dab coming up behind them. They do instantly pivot for that fight. Now Dab themselves are trying to get this res. We got 3 teams stacked on top of each other over here at No Name.
And they know that they just want to go in for the reset it said. You see Dab now trying to find the opportunity, but with that third party, they were putting out so much pressure themselves. Now it's last minute here was as a 2-man. We went from having all our squads up and alive here, Javerson, to so quickly just willing things down to 8 squads left. To see Wash now losing Ant Boy. They are trying to get that res, but the Caustic Grenade is also putting pressure from right underneath them. Talk about the grav lift that Zerbo's been able to put down. It's preventing any of these squads from pushing in from the front.
It's beautiful, and now Zerbo instantly pushes out. He trades 1-for-1 up against Psycho. Last minute here, cleaning up 2 more, and now Antboy is the only one left alive. But oh my goodness, he actually finishes them off. That's last minute out. Washed survived with just Antboy left, but they are alive. That's the important part.
And that's what matters too. Amboy hasn't even been able to reset. He's just running away. He's trying to get into the circle. We can't see where it's moving in because of the HUD glitch, but now RCO, this is that squad that had this control over the hill the entire time, and with Sleepy Panda having the Kraber in his hands, that's a scary Sleepy Panda at that. Look at that, just trying to find the opportunity, but just narrowly misses that bullet here. Now they're going to be able to move in as a 2-man next to Holiday, and LKM is also in the thick of it, just dodging that bombardment, already utilizing the dome.
You know, CLG stuck on the other side of basically this tunnel as they do get a kill onto Crummy, and Messiah is just going to tank this gas for the time being. RCL will finish off, start a fight now. We're down to the top 5 squads remaining, and it looks like it's going to be 4 full squads, along with the rat that's still creeping around here somewhere. Don't know exactly, but this is beautiful. RCO Esports, though, they're stuck in the middle of nowhere. They have no coverage to try and walk up, and so they are a little bit vulnerable right now. That fight, though, between CLG and LKM still taking place.
Yeah, CLG was getting so many of those knocks here, too. You saw that CLG probably rotating away from that tunnel side. LKM, though, Messiah taking a blunt end of that damage, though, as he's forced to actually heal up. Again, he's got that car, he's got the wingman, but it doesn't look like he's got any light ammo to try to make do with what he's got. It's Dragos, actually, who is that rat that you were talking about, Jamerson, and they still have not been able to find him, but you can see RCO noting that he is on that side, but not able to really take any chunk of damage on him, as they've been getting pressured out by CLG, too.
Yeah, this has been so difficult for CLG to deal with. They've got Nightmare to their back, and they've got LKM on the other side of this one. But the thing is, LKM are the ones that are going to be forced to move first. This is round number 5. This is not the slow circle. And so they are right on the edge, and it looks like they're getting ready for a Valk redeploy. Hopefully they've got the clearance to go ahead and do it. It doesn't look like they do, so they're going to have to just push forward.
The LKM not just trying around the corner. Yeah, the Nox guys is putting in so much pressure, and Sleepy Panda getting another knock, this triple rather than with the Kraber here. Absolutely insane now, because this is Sleepy Panda has been here, and now CLG still putting in some pressure. They have the traps here set up so that we can clear some of that space, but now they have to avoid this bombardment as they are going to be backing off here into RCO's line of sight.
And they're looking to make this 4 for 5 today so far. CLG hitting the top 4 once again. If it was any question, they are, of course, currently tied right now for first as Sleepy Panda continues to connect with these Kraber shots. We're now down to 3 squads remaining. CLG, RCO, and Nightmare as another shot connects for Sleepy Panda.
Sleepy Panda, I said it before, when you want to have a Kraber, you give it to Sleepy Panda. Just watch what happens to the lobby here, and now Nightmare have to stay clear of that by utilizing these rocks for some extra cover. They are getting some of that tick damage, and they do know maybe there is a rat off to their left. Believe he's still alive here, as the one warrior of Dab, Dracos, is still up to the side. Oh, no, he's not, actually. RCO cleaned them up, and RCO now are going to be able to take control of that spot with just CLG actually playing that crate as a solo.
You see Nightmare really trying to center on the center of the zone right there. Focus on the center of the zone right there, but they know that the last member of CLG, they just got confirmation with that. And how does Krizik still have nades and Arcstar going in the missile storm? Everyone wants to try and steal this kill. And Nano, how are you still alive? Oh, but not for long. 69 from that triple take. You can see Nightmare hard funneling onto this one. They've got to be careful, but there it is. RCO will get that last kill onto CLG. And now, Vicky, it's our final 3v3, Nightmare versus RCO.
I love to see it here, but RCO also stealing that away from Nightmare when Nightmare had gotten so many of those cracks down. RCO now are going to be forced to move with the circle closing in right behind them. They don't want to give up too much ground here as they're forced to kind of traverse through this open ground right in the line of sight of Nightmare.
And they're going to push up. They at least have some rocks to work with right now. They're holding on to their bubbles, but now you can see the pressure of that Nox gas grenade along with caustic. But they push up a little bit uneven there, and they take away some exchange and damage as Chris is trying his best. It's 1-for-1. RCO fighting back. It's a 1-for-2 now. Here it is. All comes down to Holiday. Can he clutch up for RCO with 30 HP left? He hits that reload, but it's not enough. Nightmare will take the win here in game number 5.
What a way to end that here, too, with the 1v1. Nightmare coming out on top, and that was really scary, too, because they were playing up on the high end of that hill, and that dome kind of revealed a bit of their feet there, but Nightmare still were able to play around the edges of that, and RCO, they were popping off, but I'm curious, even though they finished in second place, how many kills did they finish in total with Sleepy Panda laying so many of those Kraber shots?
And that's a super important win for RCO, for Nightmare, because they were, still struggling a little bit, but now I think with that win, that might propel them up. We saw that the middle of the pack was extremely close, and we had our 2 clear leaders, right, in CLG and in last minute, and so that left a lot of room for movement for the rest of the lobby. So great win for Nightmare there, but also another great showing coming out from RCO, who was another team that needed that. That does mean, though, we're gonna go ahead and take a break, and when we get back, it'll be the final game here of the winners bracket right after this break. Welcome back, guys, to the Apex Legends Global Series as we are about to head into the final game of the winner's bracket here. And it's all come down to this. CLG still remaining amazingly consistent throughout the day, should still be on top of the leaderboard. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the action from game number 5, as we've been gifted, I would say, with a lot in diversity of rings today.
Oh, yeah, I love it too here, because then you have to kind of see what a lot of these teams do to adapt around that. And seeing teams like Nightmare come out on top in game number 5 is so important, because you highlighted perfectly before that game here, Jamerson. You have a lot of these teams that are going to be kind of trying to steal a lot of these wins since they're so close in points. And I'm looking at Nightmare as being one of those teams, because before game number 5, they were actually right next to Start a Fight in terms of points. It was just a 1-point difference between Nightmare and Start a Fight. And now they're probably going to secure themselves up in the leaderboards right above Start a Fight and probably neighboring, literally vibing, another one of our consistent squads.
And this was a good flurry of kills for Team Dab as well, who needed a top finish to put themselves clear and above the bottom 10. Remember, the bottom 10 teams will be sent down to the lower bracket to play a little bit later on today. And so you want to try and avoid that. You want to try and avoid another 6-set game of games to play throughout the rest of the day and kind of warm up and get yourself a bit more prepared for the games tomorrow during the winner's bracket.
Oh, yeah, and well, the performance that we also saw from RCO was fantastic, because this is one of our squads that really put in a lot of work within the Challenger circuit, and they're actually just neighboring the top 10 slots in this entire winner's bracket so far. So securing so much KP this game is going to grant them some breathing room that they really need, because they were able to secure a lot of that KP and even get that second place spot. Even though they didn't get first, it's Nightmare that comes out on top, and as deserved here too, because Nightmare, they were really holding on to their position for so long that they were able to put in so much pressure from afar, but not really able to close out the KP that they needed until the very end when they cleaned up RCO.
Yeah, for Nightmare there in game number 5, that's so game-changing, because now in game number 6, a lot of the pressure is off of them. They've basically, with that win, secured a spot in the top 10. They only ended up picking up 17 points, but that 17 points should be more than enough to scare them a spot right now. RCO tied them in overall points with 17 as well, with those additional 3 kills. I mean, that just comes down to what? Sleepy Panda with that Kraber ultimately in the end.
Yeah, Sleepy Panda was going off in those lobbies. And you see Wash here, too, with 11 kills, finishing things up in 3rd place. And that's what's really interesting now as we move on to the final game of this winner's bracket. Jamerson, how is this going to change things up for our top 10 teams? And how is this kind of putting the mindset into some of our bottom 10 teams when it comes to having to play another set of 6 games?
The thing is, if we have the opportunity at any point to take a look at the overall leaderboard, we can really show how close it is in the middle of the pack, how the difference of 1 or 2 points here or there could be the difference between making it straight into the finals or having to play another 6-game set. It's extremely close right now in the bottom 10 that really anyone with a big win, even casuals and My Neck, My Back, who are both tied currently in 20th place or 19th place, excuse me, with 7 points, a win for either of those teams can see them moving on to the winners bracket finals.
It's going to be interesting as we move on to our final game here, Jamerson. But it's so far, CLG has just been that consistent force here right next to last minute. Right before this second to last game, game number 5, CLG and last minute were tied in 1st place with 64 points each. But that was a huge gap between 1st and 2nd, as well as it is to 3rd place, where 3rd place was just literally vibing with 34 points. So as we update that overall team, rather the overall scores for the teams, I'm interested to see how that's going to change things up for those bottom 10 teams like you were highlighting.
Yeah, so CLG, they've had a lot of wins today. Can they secure another dub to close out the winners bracket finals, or will they fall short just again slightly? It's still good to see, though, that they're able to, perform well in this lobby, and I think that's a really good indicator of what's going to happen in the winners bracket, because we have to note that at least 10 of these teams, of course, will be showing up in the next lobby, in the finals tomorrow. So it's going to be a very, very similar circumstance for them. So if they're succeeding here, they should be able to succeed in tomorrow's games as well.
That's going to be exciting, because then we also have been able to note how some of these compositions have allowed a lot of these teams to play into their comfortable play styles, whether you're RCO, where you want to hold on to that high ground and just being able to try to ping down a lot of pressure on these rotating teams, or your CLG, where you try to take a more passive approach and you want to prioritize your positioning and your placements rather than just trying to farm a lot of these kills, where we see teams like Team Dumper Vipers, actually, the team that has been on the top of the challenger circuit, kind of faltered throughout this game, or rather this day, where they just have been able to rack up the kills, but not necessarily get the positioning that they want.
Yeah, it's been 15 points for Team Dumpers throughout the day. They are sitting in the bottom 10 right now. But let me just go ahead and break down what the cutoff is currently. Right, we have CLG, of course, in first place with 76 points, but all the way in like the 10th place spot, it's going to be Roller Theory and actually a number of teams, Asteria, Neanderthals, all tied with 18 points. So that's the cutoff. That's where you need to at least land at the end of this last game, number 6, and take a look at that. I just need to call out the zone right early on and be like, hey, we're going to see 5 southern zones, and we get so many northern ones. We're going to have one of the most northern ones, but here comes an early fight. My neck, my back, finally striking first up against this squad. Borden will get instantly thirsted.
You know that was personal right there here too. They know from the last like 4 50-50s that that's exactly what they wanted here. And my neck, my back, they're the squad that ends up coming up on top onto Borden. And now they're going to be able to also clear some of this space here with some of the other squads now trying to rotate away from Fragment. They're calling out their losses and they're just going to be rotating away.
Yeah, my neck, my back, though, have been doing a really good job on this 50-50 and how they approach it. They cut off the looting path. They cut off Roller Theory from being able to really pick up additional loot here, right? And then they corner them. And eventually, when you get that landing where you have that armor advantage, where you have the weapon advantage, they instantly pounce on it. I love how they end up running that. But will they be able to pick up the rest of that squad? You can see Blitzen and Runmio Pockets really playing off of Khan. But will they have an opportunity to pick up that banner? We're literally vibing, though. They are over here at Trials right now, taking their time to loot that one up as Moosin is just poking and prodding from Sniper Hill with charge rifles.
He's chosen violence. He's got double sniper here too, so he knows what he's doing on that high ground too, putting in some of that early pressure. And Nightmare is one of our other squads now, the squad that ended up taking game number 5 as they're rotating out with some great loot, looking at that gold Evo shield. And now Casual's doing exactly the same, except now this time they have a crafting station here, so that way they could just rack up some of those early Evo points, so that way they could get into these early fights too.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that they're taking the time to go for this crafting, especially with the armors as well. I have to imagine that teams from like Climatizer and such are looking for this early game spot. But once again, we're talking about the game state, and we're seeing the 50-50s that are taking place in the center of the map. That means a lot of the teams that have that high priority on rotates aren't able to take advantage of that anymore because they're slowed down. And so there are moments where you can take a little breathing time to hit the replicator. But here's Dab now on their rotate, making their way into Landslide.
Now, Dav, though, this is another one of those squads that have been able to consistently be outside of that top 8 spot, but they want to be able to maintain their top 10 position so far in the leaderboard. So with full blue Evos, they're already making those quick rotations through Landslide, and they're not going to be staying here for long. You can see already right ahead of Dracos and Blight have already made their moves away from Phoenix, and it's just a matter of getting into those positions because they do have the intel for that next circle where it's pulling.
Yeah, for Team Dab, they're looking at teams like Running Late, Roller Theory, Asteria, Neanderthals, and Onyx Gaming to go down early. That gives them a bit more breathing room because they're one of the teams that are close on the bubble. They have 28 points right now, and they currently have a 9-point lead over Running Late. But again, they are just on that bubble of securing the top 10 for themselves. Here's Team Start a Fight, though, who are comfortably in the top 10 right now with 35 points. They're currently in, I believe, tied for 5th place with 35 overall with RCO, and so they just need to have a decent game so where they won't have to really worry about that crunch. But here's Team Wash once again in a fight over at Climatizer.
And they're already on the high ground here too. That gravity lift, Zerbo gets that crack and is already going to be able to try to push in here. But now seeing, is it going to be a Caustic team? No, it's not. Quick shield swapped right here, but it's not going to deter Zerbo from trying to push in here. Zendem also in some trouble, but it's Wash that tried to come out on top, but a quick shot onto Jay Loing with no shield is going to knock him down. So you see Zerbo just trying to play around these crates, try to carefully wait on an Amp Boy to recharge that Evil shield, but you see Zerbo now just trying to fight this. The Mastiff is just so intense. You can see this just going off for Wash. Amp Boy, they looked like they were going to win that. They fall down. It's Bad Boys that come out on top at the very end.
There was no reason that Team Wash should have lost that. I mean, there was an opportunity for him to hit a quick sell. He had the gold armor. That would have been 50 extra HP for him to fight. But instead, he ended up getting pushed 1v2, and so Washed are out. But the thing is, Washed are also sitting in a comfortable spot. They are currently in 4th place with 38 points. And so it's highly unlikely that they'll be knocked down to the bottom 10. So they're still relatively safe here.
Scary though, looking at the squads after watch 5th through 10th place, a lot of these teams could take this win and just skyrocket themselves in that 3rd to 4th place spot. So now looking at casuals, this is one of our teams that are at the very bottom of the overall leaderboards, tied currently though with my neck, my back. So casuals really need to start getting the ball rolling for this final game.
Yeah, my neck, my back, and casuals both sitting in 19th place with 7 points. They need a win. That's basically the only way they secure a spot in the top 10. Avoid going down to the lower bracket. Team Era is another squad that's struggling right now, and Tech Candy might go down. He's down to about 2 HP, but it looks like he was able to back off for the time being. He needs to hit up some heals. The zone doesn't hit for much, but he still has almost no HP as he's trying to just outrun it here. You can see he is literally running for his life.
The Staying Alive song is playing in the back as Tech Candy is running away from the circle. He's going to be able to pop this syringe just in time, though, gaining some great distance between himself and the circle, as well as a Phoenix kit now at the very end. So Era, they're pretty comfortable here, but need to get out of the circle quickly with a squad right behind them. Maybe they won't even have that much time here. It's 2 big boys, and they really need to rely on that redeploy, but maybe just trying to take this fight instead with a third party actually getting whiff of the situation, moving away from Lava City.
Yeah, last minute, Onyx Gaming all showing up here to try and take out Era. For last minute, I mean, they're comfortable. They don't need to go for these kills. They're sitting in a pretty decent spot, but I like that they're still playing towards their game plan. They're still playing like this is just a normal game. You're just trying to get as many points as possible. I love that mindset.
Got to keep themselves warm, especially since they're waiting for Finals Day tomorrow here. Era now in some trouble, though. Caustic Grenade is going to try to cover them up. You can see right here that Slatsun is going to be able to heal up between those Caustic traps too, but they're still taking some of that passive damage from the circle at the same time. So they need to understand that this is also wasting away at their heals, which they may not really have much of once they get into the circle.
Yeah, Team Era currently sitting in, I think, like 16th place with 14 points. So this is a team that cannot go down here. They cannot die. They would mean they get no points whatsoever. That's a big crack onto 2, forcing out the bubble early on. There's no time for a Fiskit as they get pushed, and it looks like Team Era are sent down to the lower bracket.
And it's last minute. Yep, you said it perfectly, Jamerson. They don't need those extra points, but they're playing into that aggressive playstyle that they love to do, and also denying points for a lot of these other squads that are sitting in the bottom 10. Now they're going to be able to walk away with that KP and some extra loot here. But remember, that Era did use a lot of their heals, so maybe last minute, maybe in some trouble here when it comes to those heals that they're going to need.
Oh, Neanderthals, they were able to make it out of Fragment, but they were never able to pick up that banner for B-Born, and now they've got dumpers right underneath them, actually hitting up the crafting here, and this is such a tense situation for the Neanderthals because they are also another team that are currently on the bubble. 18 points, they're tied with Roller Theory and Hysteria around 10th, but they've already got the one clip. Kimchi Lee, why did you guys never scan up? It's a 2v2 now. They've got the gold armor and a purple armor. They can definitely fight into this one. All the nades coming down for Neanderthals, and both teams, they are basically living on the line here. Blitzen gets tagged as the Wraith just drops down, and oh boy, this is really dangerous now for Neanderthals.
Yeah, because now you have the advantage. You have the ability to take this 2v2, but now with this portal, Kimchi Lee's back up again. They just repositioned here, and those grenades, even though they did 100 damage to that knockdown shield, wasn't enough to secure that kill. So now it's still a 3v2 in this situation with Kimchi Lee just trying to heal up. They have the bombardment out. They're trying to force them out of the high ground here, and Dumpers may be trying to close in the gap, but now you can see Neanderthals may be counting their blessings. They may be backing off soon, and they are going to be able to portal away, but not very far into the line of sight of Dumpers as they are chasing them.
Dumpers have to be careful. Hysteria are on the flank as well, coming up from behind them. And Hysteria, another squad that's on the bubble, 18 points for them. And so this could be a huge difference maker. Dumpers need the kills, but they also need the placement points. And same thing for Hysteria and for Neanderthals. They just need to survive.
It's just the same situation that Neanderthals, Dumpers, Motors are all facing. They get these kills, they get these knocks, but they need to secure that placement so that way they can get those extra points at the very end. Dumpers do find that knock, they do close it out on Blitzen, and they are going to try to secure another kill in the process. But again, like you were saying, Hysteria is on their tail, and they may be forced to try to back off out of the situation because they're out in its open field, and it doesn't look like they're close to the circle right now.
I'd love to see a scan to their back just in case. As we join back on board with last minute. It seems like they have plenty of heals. You can see Luda is still sitting on 6 syringes for himself, a medkit getting popped by Sykes, and you got 2 medkits there for Luda, so they should be safe. It's still ring number 2. Now, we have to remember, last minute, like we said, they're currently in 2nd place. They're 9 points behind CLG. Well, I guess 6 points behind CLG now with the +3 that they ended up picking up. There was no reason for them to be aggressive. I love that they're playing this like it's any other game. As we take a look at the other squads that are playing like this is any other game as well. This is just the big macro boys, right? These are the usual suspects. We got CLG and RCO that are playing for the late game.
I love how we got to see last minute, and then we get to see where a lot of these squads are predicting this final circle to be. And it's just the duality of our teams here in the ALGS relegations, where that patient gameplay does allow a lot of these teams like CLG to consistently take these games. And that's exactly how CLG has been able to secure those 4 games so far of our day. And now Bad Boys repping the 2 purple evos, 1 gold. They're sitting on this high ground, and this is a great spot to be because they're going to try to deny any sort of rotations away from Epi, away from Fragment. And even by those train tracks, they'll be able to get whiff on any of those squads that want to make those lower end rotations when it comes to circling the edge of the circle.
Now, what a story it would be for the Bad Boys. Remember, who were just losing out on the 50-50s up against Washed, up by Climatizer all day long. They were sitting at 9 points at the beginning of the game. They're now at 12 with the +3 that they picked up. So they still have their work cut out for them if they want to secure that top 10. But what if they were able to get that win? If they get out of that 50-50 and get the win to finish off the day to turn things around, that would be absolutely massive for them.
CLG, they're just comfortable here, sitting inside the buildings. Not much going on here for CLG, but they are to be able to be very familiar with the playstyle with last minute, though, in another fight, still in circle. They've been in circle this entire time here, by the way, Jamerson. Absolutely insane to see how last minute is going to be able to try to come back from this here with more KP in their pockets. They're going to be walking around, and you can see, as they just finished up this fight, that they're going to be able to get a lot of great loot. I just saw the Big Mud Arthro 1-2 in one of the hands of last minute's team members, and they are going to finally start making their rotation into the circle.
Yeah, Ludo also had like 4 medkits for himself, so they could just exist. They could just live inside the ring if they wanted to. And surprisingly, I mean, you have to imagine surprising them too. They're picking up kills here on the end. And that was onto 1 member of Asteria. And so now Asteria have to fight into this with 2 players left. And I can't imagine there's going to be an opportunity to pick up that banner as well. So things looking very dire for Asteria, who might be sent down to the lower bracket.
And thinking about it too, with last minute picking up so many of those kills outside of circle, and CLG still holding on to that final position, that CLG is just getting denied a lot of that KP opportunity. Now LKM have made their moves to the northern part of the map, securing this spot on the rock, but right into the line of sight of other squads that have already taken one of those rocks themselves.
And LKM are almost comfortable. Never mind, Euban gets the knock onto him. The bubble's already been used, so they're not going to have the fast res anymore. But you can see Bad Boys, they understand the situation that they're in. They can't really push this because their tournament is basically on the line. They're a team that's on the bottom 10 of the leaderboard right now, and so they can't make any mistakes, and so they are playing this one cautiously. They're not going to try and punish that at all whatsoever as Messiah goes down.
Also saw in feed that Dumpers, specifically Kimchi Lee, has taken out Luda from last minute, so Dumpers were still kind of hanging out outside of circle themselves when last minute had rolled in, so that's going to put a Dumper into last minute's plans. And now RCO Esports are now kind of replicating have the costing to secure the inside of these buildings, so they can't play this maybe as passively as CLG can.
Yeah, RCO have been trying out composition from composition, and I love that they did ultimately move on to the Wraith and Valkyrie in the end. Just because I feel like they do have a really strong team fight. We just don't get to see it as often or as we did in the past because they ended up playing the big boys, and so they were just waiting for the late game. Speaking of trying to make it to the late game, Team Dumpers need to survive this huge tag onto enemy, but they will be able to make up some ground here and try and get away from the squad. It looks like a port might even be coming up from Folsey just to get enemy alive. And they do a back away, surviving for now. Team behind them at Skyhook. This is a squad that do want to fight, but I think it might just be more important for them to secure the placement points. They are right on the edge. They were able to pick up, what, 4 points in this game alone? Now they just need the placement points to secure a spot into the top 10.
Yeah, gotta count your blessings, especially with literally vibing now on the high ground right here. They're just trying to secure a lot of these picks themselves, but you can see Sykes as well getting a knock onto Nightmare, so they're fighting off to the side here too. Now you can see Dumpers just trying to hold that choke point, literally vibing, closing things up onto Revirium rather, and Musim is going to be able to get that here. So literally vibing, even though they are in this fight inside of the sniper towers, if they drop down, they're going to be met with Dumpers on the other side.
Yeah, and they have to deal with this rotation in. They've got a minute, and they still have to clear out their back, and they have a team ahead of them. This is a really tough spot for Dumpers to be in. Maybe there's an opportunity to try and work their way into the tunnel, but again, you have so many squads here. Take a look at that. You even have Drago trying to rat this one out in the back, or Team Asteria.
Draco just trying to be able to live for as long as possible, literally being still holding onto the sniper tower, trying to hug the top here while looking at the action happening by Dumpers over to the other side by the survey beacon that usually is on the north side of Fragment there in that building. And Moner's still playing on the bottom part. So much action happening here off to the side where they're not even in circle. They have to start moving soon, and there's already a team kind of taking control over those train tracks off to their left.
Yeah, they do have the phase breach along with a Valk redeploy, but unfortunately they can't cover this early on, as we do have enemy getting a pick onto Matt Pickett, so an opening might be there for Dumpers, as Moners still have to deal with the squad that's above them right now. I kind of want to see them maybe try and make a phase breach to go into the tunnel, because you cannot go for a redeploy with a team right above you.
And they're looking to see if maybe they could get in on the action too, or whether they want to prioritize their rotation, because again, it's that squad that's off to the left side by those train tracks. You saw Musin getting taken a chunk out of that health just by that same squad, so literally vibing. Looks like they're low right here, but now they're going to utilize the redeploy themselves, actually. They're just going to get out of this situation, and Musin is so low, he doesn't even have a shield here. A little scary, but they're not going to get pressured out with another squad. It's congested skies here, Jamerson. There's two squads right below them trying to go in for the redeploy, too.
Yeah, someone at air traffic control is getting fired right now. You cannot allow that many teams to fly at the same time and take off. But literally vibing, we're able to hear that the team below them ended up using that Valkyrie ultimate first. And so that was the opening that they needed to go. They should have the bubble coming up very shortly here, but oh my goodness, take a look. The Nox gas grenade coming in. Musin is able to utilize that passive to survive for the time being. Bubble comes in just in time for them to heal up, but this is not a good sign that Musin is only hitting syringes. That must mean literally vibing have no more heals left. Team Nightmare, though, over by Survey Camp, trying their best to survive, as we have My Neck, My Back still alive on the north side of the zone. This is a team that needs a massive game. They're sitting tied 19th place with 7 points.
And looking at this circle, you're going to have so much open field for a lot of these squads on the other side of the train tracks, where they can just use that hill to LOS a lot of these teams that are currently just still hanging out here by Survey. You see Moners now trying to get a high ground position, overlooking a lot of those squads that are still fighting these fights, like Nightmare, that is actually underneath that building that Demi is trying to take shots in, but they've lost Aiden in the process. And now that's the pressure from the squads coming in from the other side of that train tracks that I was trying to note on before.
Oh, and that was the Ash that ultimately went down. Looks like a bubble res is here for Aiden. Excuse me, yeah, as Demi goes down, but they're not going to be able to get that fast res for him. Looks like they will relent on the pressure, though, and that was My Neck, My Back trying to find an angle there. They're just running the north side of the map. They've got complete control of it, and I like that they turn around, make sure that this tunnel is not being challenged, which it is. Mooney with that scan will be able to reveal that. And of course, taking 100 damage there. And it's Team Dumpers on the other side of this one. Both of these teams need a win in this game to stay alive.
This is so intense here with 7 squads left in total here, Jamerson. Dumpers want this opportunity. They are able to get onto these tracks safely, and they do see that there are off to their left with enemies scanned there too. But they're just closing in the gap with this dome. They're trying to isolate each team member after noting that there was only 2 on the other side of that rock. That was so quick, but the dome to answer right back to prevent Dumpers from getting that knock.
Dumpers might have enough kills to have secured a spot in the top 10. My Neck, My Back have not. They need to survive, and that's how you do it! The missile swarm, along with the additional damage coming in. Kimchi Lee does answer back, taking out Petty Boss at the very least, but he's still not out of the woodwork quite yet, as he gets the one clip onto Mooney, and it's not enough. Dumpers go down. My Neck, My Back are still alive. The big question is, did the Dumpers do enough? Can My Neck, My Back survive? And it looks like no, they're gonna go down. No, boy, this is so difficult to call, but now we're down to the final 3 squads remaining. We've got RCO alive. We've got Double O Negative and company alive as well. It's going to be a 3v3v3.
This is so intense for some of our squads. Kimchi Lee even taking down 2 before he was taken out. Moner's now trying to replicate that here. Saw Dimi being able to pop up, but they were able to get 2 of those reses, so Motors were out of the fight just ever so slightly, but now coming right back, securing this KP. They need to secure a high ground positioning here too to determine where the rest of the lobby is going to be. The last 2 remaining squads here in this final game.
This is big. The 7 points from securing top 3 might be enough for Moners to move on into the top 10. But of course, securing the plus 12 would be much, much better. It's Running Late, who also need a massive game here. They are right on the bubble. They're at 19 points at the beginning of the game. So all of these teams, except for RCO, desperately need this.
So intense here. You see Running Late, recognizing the situation, recognizing what's at stake here with Motors hugging this Pride Rock just for some space here too, to be able to see where a lot of these teams are going to be rotating, but the final ring is closing right behind them as they move forward and just try to take some extra cover with these rocks.
And you have the defensive bombardment at the ready for Kodagami, as gonna go ahead and hit up a cell just to get topped off for this final fight, creeping up from rock to rock. And RCO, they might get pushed now, as you can see the missile swarm going down. Kodagami doing a great job of keeping a team to their north at bay for the time being. He's landing some great wingman shots, but he gets cracked himself and is forced back once again. He'll be able to hit that, oh no, the bat, but RCO end up picking up 1 kill there onto that squad. And so now it's down to a 3v3v2.
Now you can see Running Late just trying to take advantage here. They're closing in the space, but they're not trying to overextend. They see that RCO's off to the right too, with RCO trying to move in. You can see now Holiday goes down to the ring, actually, playing by the border of that. Running Late now have the advantage here. They need to try to push in so that way they can secure their spot too, with all these extra points that they've been able to get for themselves.
And they're just playing smack dab in the middle of the zone as they secure that thirst onto Dimi. Does Avali, excuse me, but Kuze takes a lot of damage here, and they just need to focus on one squad. They can't be fighting a 2-front war here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. RCO fighting back now. Avali left in a 2v1 as the nades are still coming in, and it looks like RCO will be able to secure a win for the day, unless Avali has something to say about it. Quick armor swap out from Sleepy Panda. He doesn't really need it, as he'll be able to finish it off. RCO will take game number 6, and now we're just waiting for the dust to settle. So many teams were sitting there on the edge, Vicky, right there on the bubble, and this could basically dictate what happens for the rest of the tournament.
That was so important here too for Running Late, which I believe they were standing in top 10, but exactly in that 10th place spot for Running Late. So that's why looking at them just try to take both team fights at the same time was just, I was sitting on the edge of my seat, because they definitely needed that one here too. But RCO, one of the more consistent squads here, have been able to secure that final game and secure some extra points in their favor.
Yeah, so we're gonna need a little bit of time. I mean, I don't know if we're just if we're gonna fill or like because there's so much on the line here, right? The top 10 teams will be moving on to our finals tomorrow, and then the bottom teams will be competing in just about an hour's time in the lower bracket. So yeah, our admins right now are just making sure they got all the math correct here, making sure that we got all the points correct, because it was extremely close. Heading into game number 6, we had 3 teams that were tied on the bubble with 18 points.
It was so intense here, and especially those teams doing an amazing job in that final game where it matters the most. Why don't we take a look at some replays that actually were going down in that final game? You even had teams like Last Minute, who didn't need to get that KP, deny the KP for a lot of those ending part of those last 10 squads. So that was extremely important, because they were taking those fights consistently in the circle for that last game, but that allowed them to get a lot of KP to try to dethrone CLG, where they were sitting tied basically, where CLG had 76 points off of their win and 67 points in favor for Last Minute before that game 6.
And just there, before this last swap, I mean, we saw Bad Boys finally get a 50-50 win up against Team Wash up in Climatizers. So that's a nice clap back to finish off at least this set of games for themselves, to have that kind of moral victory, and then keep Wash kind of honest when it comes to the next set of games if they end up meeting in the same lobby. Don't know if Bad Boys were able to secure a spot in the top 10. It was very difficult to call, because they're rather low on the leaderboard at the start of game number 6. Now, here is a big important fight: Team Dumpers versus My Neck, My Back.
Yeah, you saw that Kim Chi Lee was able to basically knock 2 right there, but he got taken out before those kills were able to be confirmed. But still, just putting in so much pressure. You can see the positioning here too for RCO. They wanted to avoid being stuck in the middle here between our last 2 squads, but running late definitely had the advantage when it came to overlooking a lot of the fighting going on in front of them, because they noted that, you know, one of those team members had gone down and RCO2 had lost Holiday in the process, as Holiday had taken too much pressure and then the circle had finished him off. But the fact that RCO was still able to maintain this aggression playing by these knockdowns, especially Sleepy Panda as well, getting that quick shield swap, it was amazing to see RCO still come out on top.
The crazy thing is, like, small little thing right there we saw in the replay. When it's the final 3, right, and you end up getting knocked, disconnect from the game. Disconnect from the game right there. That was actually a huge difference maker for RCO, because they get the instant armor swap. They're no longer left with having to pick up the banner and going through all that animation. So that's a faster, easier armor swap for them. And it was a difference maker for RCO, who ended up losing out on 1 early on. We're still waiting for the final tally, for the final results. I mean, I don't think anyone's surprised, though. CLG are going to be walking away from first place in this match. Last minute really gave them a run for their money.
Oh, yeah. I mean, CLG, yeah, they secured 4 of those games here, but you saw an amazing performance coming in from some of their teams that started picking up that momentum as the games had gone by, which is why we were very curious to see how our Challenger Circuit teams are going to match up against those who already have that experience within the Pro League. But I am not disappointed to see how volatile the matches just picked up going forward after that first game. Even Game 5, I believe, was probably our more patient game, or more slower game for a lot of these squads, where we had every single squad still alive until, I believe, Circle 3, where it was starting to close. And that was really intense, because I feel like that was when it started bookmarking a lot of these teams on determining what they needed to secure, so that way they could also be in the top 10 spots.
Yeah, we saw a dramatic change in playstyle when it came to Game 5, when teams really understood what was on the line, that these were the last 2 games to try and secure a spot in the top 10. And in game number 5, no teams went down in ring number 1, in round number 1. But in game number 6 here, you know, last minute, they decided to make sure that the fans at home were pleased, that we're going to have action in all different stages of the game. I love, again, I have to commend them for playing like it's any other game. They're not playing like, oh, this is game number 6, we have to do something differently. They're playing this like, we need more practice. We need to, like, refine exactly what our style is.
And I'd love to see that too. Last minute, of course, just basically doing the same thing, just being able to play it to their advantage. But now also looking at the way that CLG had played that, it was the same gameplay for them too. They wanted to hold on to Survey for as long as possible. They were playing that very patiently. But the thing is, the circle pulling away from Survey Camp led a lot of teams to kind of be out in the open for that final circle, where a lot of the teams that were already securing those high ground locations, rather the positionings to overlook a lot of those teams, kind of set them back a bit, because then you were so fixated on trying to close out a lot of those teams funneling out of the Survey Camp buildings, like CLG in that situation, where you had teams like Nightmare still being able to hold the position safely underneath those buildings. So really good performance overall for a lot of these teams, and the way that they were able to adapt as the games progressed.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the final results, because, I mean, this is so important, because this weekend basically dictates a lot of players' careers for the next 2-3 months, as Pro League 2 or Split 2 will be starting up. And so we just want to make sure we get our math correctly, because it is really close. It's extremely close from what I'm seeing right now, before we get everything broadcast ready for you guys at home. But I mean, what an amazing set of games. Now my big question is, you know, with the hour break between in between these games and the lower bracket games that'll be taking place in about an hour, I mean, what kind of adjustments are we going to see? Or do you want to make adjustments for the lower bracket?
I'm wondering here too, are you going to have that momentum from these last 6 games go into that second half for our bottom 10 teams? We were talking a little bit about it as these first 6 games are going down, Jamerson. That momentum is so important, but also something to note is burnout is a thing, and a lot of these teams have just been playing through 6 games of long games of Apex. So here you have a lot of these teams maybe just taking this hour break to stay warm, or are they going to take this hour break to actually maybe sit back and rethink some decisions that they had to forcibly play through? I'm looking at teams like Dumpers usually, who are mostly consistent teams, not playing as consistently as I've usually used to seeing them going on throughout the rest of the day today.
Yeah, maybe the difficult thing is that we have had a lot of northern zones, right? I mean, uh, four out of six, right? We had one go down to the south and one go over towards Overlook, and those were the most southern zones so far for the day. Maybe them coming from thermal, having to go all the way north, worked a little bit, against them throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, we saw them actually come into some fights going through landslide actually a few times. And although they were able to get those kills, we're going to see which of our teams are standing in that top 10. The graphic is ready here, Jamerson. And here are our winners brackets and the top 10 squads that have qualified for tomorrow.
Wow, CLG, of course, standing up top. But the most notable thing is that they are the only relegated Pro League team to find themselves in the top 10 for Bad Boys, for Moaners, Neanderthals, Roller Theory, and Team Era. They find themselves on the wrong side of the leaderboard. They'll be knocked down to the lower bracket. Well, they'll have to play another a set of 6 games later today.
Wow, look at this too. You can see the point differentiation between last minute Nightmare, but also just looking at how CLG ended with 76 points without playing overly aggressive in comparison to what we had seen in that last game with last minute is impressive here. It really highlights how their composition has really worked into their more comfortable play styles where they are going to be patient. They're going to be able to kind of sit down in that final circle position that they are going to be estimating of where it's going to be pulling, since that's kind of where they've been sitting all the games that they've actually won, and it's worked out amazingly for them.
I feel like there might be a small issue with this graphic. I'm sorry, production. I just want to go ahead and quickly ask you if there's a more updated one, because I feel like the points are off. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Okay.
Woo! Okay.
All right.
Production goddess. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a quick refresh on our brains, because yeah, mine's definitely broken right now, but it still looks like it remains true. CLG is the only Pro League team that have moved on to the finals, while the other 5 are now going. CLG is the only Pro League team that have moved on to the finals, while the other 5 are now going down to the lower bracket.
And now looking at those bottom 10 teams here, you got Moaners, Dumpers, Roller Theory, Asteria, Bad Boys, Neanderthals, Onyx Gaming, My Neck, My Back, Era, and Casuals. They're all going to be playing in that lower bracket later today. That's going to be another set of 6 games that these teams are going to have to be going off against. But I'm looking mostly at Moaners and Dumpers, who are tied for that 11th place spot, and how close they were on taking LKM out with them, probably, because that was absolutely right there. And that's why a lot of those KPs and positioning points are so important at the very end, because we saw Jumpers, they were able to get a lot of kills, so did Moaners, but their positioning, having the ability to just put yourself in a better placement is what allowed a lot of these teams like CLG to secure that first place spot.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the bubble. LKM, 31 points. They're in 10th place. Moaners and Dumpers, 4 points behind. Imagine if Dumpers had gone the full wipe on My Neck, My Back. That could have actually been the +3 plus what? Maybe another placement point for them to have tied with LKM. And who knows, if they had survived that fight, maybe they pick up one more KP, and that would have been the difference maker for them. Extremely close, but Dumpers, they figured out something, at the end of the day. So I guess there's that going for them at the very least, because I feel like they scored more in this last game than they did in the first 5 before.
Absolutely, and I do think it has to do with the circle pulling north, like you were talking about before, since they do have to traverse all throughout the southern part of the map, all the way up to that northern part. But I feel like this time around, they had started picking up a lot of momentum. They were taking their fights carefully, as well as not trying to be overly aggressive. We saw that rotation away from the survey building north of Fragment, away from the train tracks. But now you can see the bottom 10 teams are still going to be playing more today. They're going to be dropping down to that lower bracket. Meanwhile, those top 10 teams, they're going to be sitting pretty comfy, and they are going to be advancing to the finals that are going to take place tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations for CLG. You got the win today. All you really get is, an express ticket to the top 10, to the winners bracket. No money quite yet on the table, or a spot quite yet. They still have another set of games, but they did it in a very convincing fashion, which we love to see. That does mean, though, we're going to take our break. It's going to be an extended one, about an hour, as we get ready for the lower bracket finals. Our bottom 10 teams from this set of matches will be facing off with the bottom 10 teams from Challenger Circuit. That means, yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And when we get back, it does sound like it's going to be at the top of the hour is when our next set of games are. Yeah, we did have a little bit of a delay. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And when we get back, it'll be the lower bracket finals to see who will move on to our finals tomorrow.